Hello, everybody. My name is Dan. I'm joined here by Femme and Faithy, and welcome to our very first episode of No Depletes, Master Your Keystone. Femme, how are you today, sir?
I am very well.
Excellent. Faithy, yourself, how are you doing?
I'm doing very good, Dan. Thank you very much.
Marvelous. Good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, so today, the whole idea of this show is to do a pretty much run-by-run commentary of all of the 8 dungeons in Shadowlands so far. With the launch of 905 and the release of Valor Points, obviously a lot more people are going to be looking at getting into Mythic Plus now more than any other time before, purely for the sake of getting some new gear, upgrading the gear, and what have you. But obviously that needs Keystone Master. So, we thought it would be a good idea to help just run you through all the dungeons, give you some tips on what really to focus on, whether there's a particular route that you want to look at doing, all sorts of things like that. So, that's what we'll be doing for today. The dungeons that we've got up for today, we'll be starting with Mists of Turner Scythe, and then we'll be going into Sanguine Depths. After that, we'll be hitting the other side, and then finally, we'll be finishing it off with Plaguefall for today. The next episode that we do, which will be next Tuesday, we will go through the remaining 4 dungeons, and we'll be calling it a day on that one. So, what we'll do here is we'll look to get started straight away on Mists of Turner Scythe. Here we go. Okay. So, everyone knows that Mists is probably one of the easier keys, I would say. Wouldn't you agree? In Shadowlands so far, certainly pretty straightforward for the most part. Would you say, Faithy?
Yeah, most definitely. I do feel like Mist is one of the easier keys that you have, especially if you have a Night Fae, right? By having the open gate in the start and the additional mushroom room and the response.
Excellent, good to hear. Okay, so let's get this underway. And Femme, do you want to take us through the very beginning of this dungeon for us here?
Well, what you're gonna see is us opening the gate, as Faithy mentioned, with the Night Fate. And then we're actually gonna do a not so wise pull on bolstering and pull all. And the thing that is dangerous with pulling all, obviously, is that the Spike Cost has way less HP than everything else. So they're gonna die first, and everything's gonna bolster, and we are going to die.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a risky pull at the very start of the dungeon here. Again, purely for bolstering purposes. Normally, you would see that a lot of groups would do this kind of pull in any kind of level of key from the very beginning anyway. But yeah, with bolstering and all of us being pretty AoE happy, it was a little bit rough, and we'll watch Femme fall over here in just a moment. But it does go to show that even if a first pull does go wrong, you would normally see, I'm sure we've all experienced it in pug runs where you've had, something go wrong really early in the key, and then all of a sudden someone leaves, the key falls apart. It's really not necessary. Everything you can come back from these kinds of things. It happened very early on. And there's certainly ways that you can recover from this without too much issue. We just regroup, go back in on a much easier pull with the 4 mobs here. We have the Soul Cleavers, the Harvester, and the Villager. Faithy, do you want to take us through what these mobs do in particular?
Yeah, so first of all, we have the small adds that we dealt with. As we saw with bolstering, obviously that does make it a little bit more difficult. How you normally want to deal with the adds is that you want to purge their debuff, which makes them a lot more nasty. Secondly, we have the Soul Cleavers, and we have the interrupt mobs and the Villager, right? The Villager does a frontal, and it has a channel ability that will snare you in a seed, unless you have certain abilities such as AMS, Spell Reflect, or even immunities. For Soul Cleavers, they are pretty hard hitting mobs for tanks, and they have a buff they get once in a while that makes them do more damage, or they give to the tank that they do more damage to the target, and they leech from hitting the target. So whilst having that leech debuff as a tank, you'd like to kite the mobs. And lastly, you have the interruptible mob, which has 2 casts, which is the bolt and the life drain. The life drain being the most important interrupt to take, but obviously getting every single one of them would be ideal.
Excellent, good stuff. All right, so what we're coming up to now, after having dealt with that first pack, eventually we did take our time with that one, obviously because of the very unfortunate wipe. we're coming up to the pack. We're coming up to the one pack which really is the only pack that you actually look at skipping in the entire dungeon, from what I understand. Get back to where we were. So we're looking at, just go back, here we go. So we've got this pack here that we're looking at skipping. Everyone that has done the Mists dungeon, you'll have seen that this one mob here is the one that will be CC'd, so we'll look to skip that. We've got myself on the rogue, who will just run forward to sap that one, and we'll just run past without any issue whatsoever. There is another way past this pack if you happen to have a warlock in the group. There is a spot just here off to the right where a warlock can put a gateway down through to the other side of the wall, and you'll end up coming out on the very right side of the pack just up here. So a warlock with very good positioning can put the gateway down through the wall, everyone can click it, jump through, and you'll skip that pack without needing any of the CC in question. So once we've dealt with that, get back to it again.
We should mention as well the reasoning for actually skipping this pack is for pride timers specifically. So the reason that we skip this pack, and people always try to skip this pack, is for getting right pride timers. By having the pride after the 2 bull breakers in front of first boss, it's going to be a lot easier to deal with it. And that is the primary reason as to why you want.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. That's a very good point. A lot of people would assume that that pack in particular is not played because it is particularly hard. Not necessarily the case. The pack, certainly on anything like a 15 or below that, is kind of okay to deal with. The Bowbreaker does make it a little bit difficult, but the fact that you are able to force such a good pride timing right before the first boss is the main reason why that pack is skipped. Same reason that you would open the gate at the very beginning of the dungeon as well. Again, it's all about pride timers. Pride is very important, especially when it comes to plus 15s here. The pack that we're fighting just now is exactly the same as the mobs that we were looking at in the very first pull. You had Harvesters, who are the casters, and you've got the Soul Cleavers, who are the big tank ability boys as well there. But coming into this room with the mushrooms, Femme, do you want to quickly take us through what it is these mushrooms do exactly?
There's two types of mushrooms. One is the green one. You can see it on the just above details. And then there's the 2 purple ones. Well, there's 5 of each. The purple one is generally considered the bad one because it only gives stamina, 10% stamina for 10 minutes. While the green one gives 10% main stat, which is obviously damage. And we like damage, so we always take the green one.
I'm sure Shelley would disagree as a demonology warlock going for the purple one anyway.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
But then coming out of that there, we then go into the 2 Bowbreakers that are right in front of the first boss here. The Bowbreakers themselves are pretty simple mobs all in all. 2 main mechanics. The first one, as you can see, they are the spikes on the ground. All they do, it's just don't stand in them. It's the usual stuff. Don't stand in stuff on the ground. It does quite a lot of damage. It does slow you as well. You do have an opportunity to move out of it ahead of time because you can see the mobs themselves actually cast the ability itself anyway. And then once the mobs hit 50%, they begin their furious thrashing, which you can see one of them starting to do now. It is just group-wide AoE. It does hit quite hard. You ideally don't want both of them to go off at the same time unless you have your healer ready with some kind of big cooldown or everyone ready with personals. But given that you have the Pride coming up immediately after this, if you do this start to the dungeon, it's probably better to try and hold off on those and just allow yourself that time and give yourself the resources to deal with the Pride beforehand. There's no need to use big cooldowns there when you can deal with the 2 Bowbreakers in a pretty clean manner. But when those 2 go down, obviously we fight the Pride. Faithy, quickly tell us what the Pride does. I'm sure everyone knows, but just in case.
Yeah, so the Pride is the mob that spawns due to the seasonal affix called Pridefall that we have this first season of Shadowlands. And you will see from plus 10s and above. So what Pridefall does is that every 20%, a mob will spawn, which is a Pride. And this Pride is a mob that has a stacking buff that the longer it lives, the more pulsing damage that it will deal. Outside of that, it has one main mechanic, which is the floating ult you can see on the screen right now, that goes in a cross, basically. The unofficial rule of pride, if you're ever pocking a group or etc., is just stand still. If you stand still with your cross, everyone else will move away from it. So that is usually the way that you deal with it. So you can see the person standing still with the circles and everyone moving around them, so we won't hit each other. Because if the balls that goes away hit you, you'll take a big amount of damage and you'll get stunned for a few seconds, which can be very, very scary, as the pulsing damage deals a lot of damage, and that can be a fail, even in a 50.
It should be noted, and you will see things like this especially in hierarchies. Like if you've been watching Femme push it all in the reset previous to this one, it is all in hierarchies. If you have a short duration cooldown that is likely to be back up for a next important moment, something like a mage combust or even a Fury Warrior's recklessness, it is worth using on these prides just for the sake of dealing with them quickly. Holding on to those cooldowns is probably not the best thing you can do, as wiping to prides. Killing prides is more often than not probably a little bit harder than killing most of the packs or bosses in a dungeon itself. So yeah, it definitely try and help in any way that you can to kill the prides off as quickly as possible. But then we come up to the first boss, Ingram Malok, and Femme. Why don't you run us through this one?
Yes. Well, the boss is actually kind of difficult on Tyrannical, but it's not due to the mechanics, it's due to just the numbers. He's very simple. He does a cast. You should kick it as much as you can, because Spirit Bolts hurt. And then you hit the tree. Once the tree hits 20%, he's gonna control or stun the big guy, and then he takes increased damage, and you want to use all your damage abilities into this 12-second window. And ideally you do one phase him, but on as you can see here, even on Tyrannical we didn't. Tyrannical 15 we didn't, and we had to play another phase. But that's pretty much it. He has a fear that he does every now and then, and if you take too long killing the tree, he does an ability called Death Shroud, which is just basically ticking damage on the party, very heavy ticking damage. So your healer will, need to heal that.
Also provides an immunity onto the boss as well, or a near immunity, a 99% damage reduction, which is pretty much as close as damn it. It does become very difficult to push through the boss at that point. But in terms of it is possible, yeah. But in terms of the boss HP itself, would you say that there is a certain threshold where you should just focus the boss, or should you always just play it by eye, run by run? If you fail the first damage check, that is.
If the boss has less HP than what you need to do on the tree, you should hit the boss, right? But you also have to consider that the tree dies on 20%. So if the boss has 1,000,000 health and the tree has, 1,000,000 health, you should hit the tree, because you're very unlikely to hit the boss in time.
Of course. Okay, perfect. That's good. And that covers the first boss. So once the first boss dies, the Mistgate here, it just falls on its own and allows us to continue into the maze, which is everyone's most favorite part of this dungeon. I think we can very much agree, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because we're both trying to post this video, so let me just talk about it. So as you can see on the left side of the screen, I don't know if you can draw it for me real quick, Dan, is that there is a seed. And what this seed does is that it is interactable if you're a Night Fae. And by clicking the seed, you'll get a respawn point. So if you'll ever die, you'll respawn right there, basically. There's 2 of these seeds in the dungeon, and we'll show you the one later as well. But basically having a Night Fae with you does make this dungeon a lot more safe, and you can wipe and have deaths without being set too far back.
Excellent. So yeah, as Faithy says, it's just there to open up It's just there to open up an extra checkpoint in the dungeon in case something was to happen and you were to wipe at that moment in time. We then come up to the first 2 mobs inside of the maze, which are not that big of a problem on their own. You may have seen that at one point you were able to pull the pack on the right through the wall. As of 9.0.5, it was decided that you're not allowed to do that anymore, and they simply just put a wall in the way. There are still ways to pull that pack with a hunter pet, I believe, as the hunter pet.
Or warlock pet.
Or a warlock pet, or a frost
DK.
mage, elemental, DK, anything, any kind of pet. You can send it through to attack the pack and then bring it back to you, and obviously that is another way to pull it. But In terms of the normal means, they are completely gone now, which is rather unfortunate. But the
It's
two
also
mobs.
worth saying that if you are a pet class and you are going to do that, make sure you inform your team before if you're pugging.
Yes, of
So that
course.
they
Yeah,
don't
or
just randomly come.
or wait for your tank to ask you to do it. Maybe he's got a route in
Yeah.
mind with a certain percentage that he wants to do. The maze itself can be quite scuffed in terms of percentage anyway, as it does vary from run to run, but, you know, if you are told to do it, certainly don't just do it without any preparation. The tank would need to know that it's coming. That is very true. That's very true. The maze itself, Faithy, do you want to run us through how that works real quick?
Yeah, sure. The maze itself is randomly generated. What that means is that every door will be random. It will never be the same in every run. It could be the same, obviously, due to randomness, right? But normally it will be ever changing. It will never be the same. So what you'll have to do is that you'll have to go to these pedestals and you'll have to look at the symbol. And you'll have to find the one symbol that doesn't match the other symbol. And how you do that is either with the help of an add-on or a weak aura, or by knowing how to see and knowing it yourself, which is the most common way. And the ways that all these different options there are is that there's a field, a non-field, a leaf, a flower, a circle, and no circle. And what you'll have to do is that you'll have to figure out which one of them isn't identical to any of the other. So it could, for example, be one with circle if the three others doesn't have circle, etc., etc. Which we will go a little bit further into on the next boss. Secondly, we have a few mobs in the maze, actually. Most of them are pretty similar, but the mobs that we have are, what are they called? I can't remember. You have the Tender, which is an interruptible mob. You have the Defender, which is the frontal, right? The Defender with the frontal?
Yep, that's the one.
Correct? Yeah, and then you have the... What's the fox called?
The Stalker.
Stalker, yeah, which is a mob that jumps on a target and deals a lot of damage and then applies a debuff. Then there's also 3 mini bosses and there's 2 more mobs that I can't remember what are called. What are they called?
Stingers, tenders, shapers.
Yeah, okay. So the Shapers is another interruptible mob, right? And then the Stingers is a dispellable mob.
No, that's just
the
a
debuff itself
bird.
isn't dispellable.
Okay, yeah, that was how it was. And what was the last? The circle mob called?
Guardian.
The Guardian. And the Guardian is a mob that will make a circle, and when the channel has been completed, it will deal immediately damage to the circle while in the circle. So what you have to do is stun it to stop it, basically. If you do stun before the channel is over, it will just recast it when it's out of the stun. So what you'll have to do is, if you're a melee player, or just player in general, get out of the circle, and then let it cast the ability, and then stun it. So that it has to cast the ability first.
Definitely one of the more annoying mobs of the dungeon, the Guardian, as a melee player, that's for sure. The range don't know our pain in the slightest, but that's fine. We don't expect them to know our pain at all, really, let's be honest. I'd say I'm got a bias against range players, but we don't need to talk about that anymore here. So yeah, we do have those individual mobs, which you see in most of the packs throughout the maze itself. You do then also have the 3 mini-boss mobs. You will have seen one of them just before. I can quickly wind back to that one. There we go, it's the Night Blossom. So the three mobs themselves are the Night Blossom, which is a 3-headed Hydra, which we'll talk about in just a second. There is also the Frog, whose name I can never remember. And
Gorge Gullet.
Yeah, and the Dragon, which is the Matriarch. So the Night Blossom, Femme, since it's mostly a tank-based mob, you want to let us know how this one works? Why don't you run us through all 3, Femme?
Sure. The Night Blossom has 3 heads, so every now and then it shoots out poisonous discharge, 1 from each head. It goes on under 3 players randomly. Just don't stand in it. And it also does a triple bite on the tank, which hurts a lot. It's a poison if you get hit by it, but you can simply just walk away from it. So you just walk 10 yards away and you're fine.
Yeah.
And the Matriarch does a tank buster hit called Talon Rake. That one's very hard hitting and it stacks, so make sure you have something for that. And it also does a Pool of Radiance, which you have to move it out of because it heals in there. You can also stand in it to get healed as a player. And it also has the Breath, which is bigger than the visual. So always move out of that properly.
Which is a front door.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially
it
as a
tends to
ranged
break.
player, it can turn and face towards anybody, and you'll find that a lot of range they might try and outrange it. But again, as Femme said, the visual is a lot longer and a lot wider than it actually. The effect is a lot wider and longer than the visual actually shows. So yeah, it's best just to try and move away from that one.
Yeah. And then we have the frog, the gorge gullet. It jumps on people randomly. I think it jumps on the furthest one, but I'm not 100% on that. And it also does a tongue lash, which is a like 15-yard frontal in front of it. Always aim towards the tank, so just don't stand in. You can dodge it as the tank as well by just walking away.
Yep, or you can do what Femme's done to me multiple times and turn it into your melee, which is
Yes.
obviously
And then we
a
get
lot of
licked together.
fun. Yeah, we do get licked together, absolutely. Okay. So that covers all of the mobs in the maze. We've obviously described the maze mechanic in a moment. We'll have a moment in just a second on the next boss to see the maze mechanic in a little bit more detail, just so we can highlight exactly how it works and what it looks like. But next we are running up to the second boss, Mistcaller, who is possibly the easiest boss in here, I would say, on any kind of key level or difficulty, and it is.
I wiped to it twice today.
You wiped to it twice today. Okay,
Yes.
well, then maybe Femme disagrees that it's the easiest boss in here, or at least the people that Femme were playing with. But Mistcaller, at its core, is a relatively simple boss. Some very telegraphed abilities. Dodgeball, as you can see from just now, it is just a case of stand in between the arrows, don't get hit by the balls. They do a lot of damage. And they will one-shot you in quite a few cases, especially on a 15 if you're not that geared, if you are there to gear a character. It will probably one-shot you, especially on Tyrannical. That does hit very hard. So we've got the example of the maze game that I wanted to talk about just now. Let me get back to that one. Use it here. So this is the example, a more clear example of the maze game as we've just come through the maze. So what you can see is we've got all four of the symbols that you would have seen in the maze itself anyway, but you can see them all rather than having to reveal them. And you can see that you've got the flower up at the top, and you've got a leaf down here, another leaf off to the top left, and I know it's behind the party frames, but I believe that is another leaf just off to the side there. And it is a case of being able to position your camera in a way to identify all four of them, or have all four of them on the screen at the same time, so you can very quickly identify which one is the one with the unique property. So as an example on this one here, you can see that we've got, as I mentioned, the 3 leaves and the 1 flower. So naturally the one that we would want to target here is the 1 flower, which we do. Kill that off very quickly, and then you're able to hit Mistcaller again. The other 2 mechanics, that full moon did... Oh, I need to see that again. I need to see it. We were looking at this yesterday while we were setting it up, and it still hurts me every time. Hold on, let me just wind that back a little bit more. So this gives me a perfect chance to talk about the fox, actually. So Mistcaller will summon a fox mob or a Vulpine, which it targets one player in the group, and it will try and... and it will try and chase you down, and if it hits you, you end up getting stunned for a few seconds, and you do take quite a lot of damage. In combination with the dodgeball, that normally means death, unless you can get a personal or a lot of healing, or some kind of external from your healer, but it would normally mean death in that situation. The normal way to deal with it, not full mooning it, is it would be to CC it and just move away from it. Don't try and hit it at all. But if you ask me, on my warrior, for example, as a Night Fae, the foxes do proc First Strike, the Karain soulbind at the end, so I heroic throw every single one, which annoys the mages that polymorph it. But you probably shouldn't do that in a pug. And the very final ability that you have is a tank-only ability called Paddy Cake, where Mistcaller really wants to play with your tank, and will force them to do so by threatening to slap you in the face. If the only person that can deal with Paddy Cake is the tank. It is an interruptible mechanic, but nobody can interrupt it apart from the tank. Just make sure that you do it. If you do get hit by Paddy Cake, you're going to be disoriented. Mistcaller will then go off and start killing all of your DPS and your healer, and then you'll be left all alone, which I'm sure Femme would prefer in some cases. But the rest of the boss itself is fairly simple. You do have another example of the maze again here. So again, same thing. We've got 1 leaf, 1 flower, a second flower, and another leaf. 2 of them are filled, 2 of them are hollow, but you can quickly see, especially with where Femme has his camera, behind all of the nameplates and the patty cake on you, you can see that we've got that one with the border, and the others do not have their border at all. So again, we'll watch Femme be slightly confused for a moment on this one. We'll watch Femme be slightly confused, but you can easily identify it's the one with the border. Need to attack that one in order to continue the fight. So you see him run away because he's a bit confused, and then he comes back because he's realised that it's the right one.
Yep.
Mistcaller will do that phase 3 times at certain health thresholds, which I believe are 66, 33, and 10?
Yeah.
It's 70, 40, 10.
70, 40, 10. That's better. I knew you would correct me on that. Perfect. And you can see the Vulpine in the top right. Nice details window. And you can see the Vulpine.
Check if the Torment hit, you know?
You saw the Vulpine in the top right there. It was just routed by our Druid just so we could move away from it and deal with it properly. You see Mistcaller about to come to 10% to do the maze mechanic one last time. And you see the Vulpine, which will be dealt with by another route by our Druid. Perfect. They were really on it on that one. And yeah, you've got the final maze here. Again, same thing. You can see how Femme's got his camera positioned so he can see all 4 of the symbols themselves quite clearly. At least to be able to see what they all are. And again, same thing. We're looking at all of the properties. There's only one that's filled. Rest of them are hollow. And again, we quickly identify that it's the flower on the left that needs killing. And we go off, do that, and finish the boss there. The boss itself is quite simple. It might seem like a lot of mechanics. The thing that will trip people up most, would you say, Faithy, is probably the symbols?
It is definitely symbols. The thing about the symbols is that it's very, very difficult the first few times that you deal with it. But by going into Mist and doing the maze and doing this boss multiple times, it becomes muscle memory, and you'll be able to notice which one is not linear with the others very, very quickly. So it's more of a situation of keep doing it until you get like super comfortable with it and you can do it very, very quickly. There is no stress though. You do have time. There is some AoE damage and it does do damage, but you do have time to quickly look around, get a good view, and then be able to see which one it is.
Yeah.
But by doing it more, you will be able to faster.
Exactly. Yep, very good. And yeah, we end up just killing off the boss. When the boss dies, there is a little bit of forced roleplay time that you have to go through. If you have died before in the dungeon at any point, like we all wiped at the very beginning, it's the perfect opportunity to sit, regain your food buff before continuing on to the rest of the dungeon. We'll just let this play through. And Femme, is there anything that you would like to talk about in particular for the end of the dungeon in terms of pathing?
Well, you want to ideally have your 100% pride for the last boss, right? Or so you just keep playing stuff until you get 100%. It's that simple. But if you are, as you can see on the screen, we are on 63% here. So ideally we would skip the next pack, but I don't think we are going to.
No,
but
I believe
whenever
we played
you're
it right.
on, yeah, whenever you're on 57% after Mistcaller, you can always play these 3 mobs coming up to ensure you get the 60% pride, and then you just kill packs to the last boss and one on the other side of the last boss, and you'll reach 100% every time.
Yeah, and just to quickly point out, there is a second nut just down to the right as you jump over the waterfall. Same thing as the one just before the maze. Click on it to give yourself an extra checkpoint, because I believe the natural checkpoint is right at the beginning of the maze, if you don't take this one.
Yeah, isn't it at the start of the dungeon?
Or is it at the start of the dungeon? Yes, it is actually the start of the dungeon, isn't it? Because it's one of the ones where they've forced you to make your own checkpoints, basically, which is very, very helpful. So yes, we're coming up to the first 3 mobs. Femme, just quickly take us through these mobs just in front of us here.
In this whole area, there's 3 types of mobs. Actually, there's 5, but 3 relevant ones. There's the Staghorns, the Acid Gullets, and the Reavers. There's also Gorgers, which are like Acid Gullets, but they just drop poop on the ground, which you shouldn't stand in. And there's the larvae that explode when they die with poop on the ground. Don't stand in that either. But the Staghorns has 2 casts. One is a shield, a magic damage shield. So if your team is full of arms warriors, you don't need to necessarily kick it, but you should.
No one plays arms in M+ anymore, did?
Yeah.
I saw to that.
And it also does the heal. I don't actually know what the cast is called, but it's a big heal. You should kick that too. It's basically 2 melee kicks, and you'll be sorted on that. And then there's the globules from the Gorgers. That's the don't stand in them. The acid gullets does like what happened?
Don't worry, I'll bring that back up in a sec. It's been
Okay.
skipping forward a touch.
Yeah.
Already going to Sanguine
Okay, well,
Depth.
The acid
Just keep-
gullets.
Just while I'm sorting it out,
do,
just keep talking.
Yeah, they do a debuff on people that just does ticking damage, needs to be healed. And then there's the most dangerous mobs in that area, which are the Reavers. Those you should ideally not pull at all, but there are 2 on the left side that patrol very like in a bad position. So you usually do end up playing them, and I think we played them in this key as well. And
I think so, yeah.
ideally, you just deal with them by themselves.
Mhm.
They do like they jump on people and do a poison that is very deadly, especially since it stacks. So if someone gets 2 or 3 stacks, they are almost guaranteed dead. That's why those mobs are considered very bad.
Mhm. No problem. Let me just get that brought back up for you in a moment. We do have quite a funny moment that we can look at in just a bit further, which I know these two are not particularly looking
the
forward
problem.
to. You know the problem?
Yes.
Yeah, not the entire video is there. It seems like to be the problem.
Is that where
Yes.
that's where the issue is. Okay, not a
Yeah.
problem. That's fine. We can anything that
You
we've
can
missed out
bring it
on. No, anything that we've missed out on, we can come back to in a future episode. I think, because I think it'll take a bit too long to get sorted now.
Sure.
That's fine. Okay, not to worry. The only thing that we're missing out on for the rest of that dungeon is obviously the last boss itself. The last boss, it does have a lot of mechanics, but they are all relatively simple to deal with. I would like to go through the projection or the prediction mechanic in a little bit more detail, but again, since the video itself actually ends there, if we're able to actually get the full video sorted by the end of the show, we'll come back to it at the very end, and we'll quickly run through the last boss just to help properly demonstrate that one for all of you. But what we'll do in that case, since that one ends there, we'll quickly move on to the next one, which I believe we have Sanguine Depths
Sanguine
up
Depths.
next. Yeah, which is possibly, I would say, maybe the hardest key in Shadowlands.
Yeah,
I don't know what you would think about that.
No, I definitely agree. There's a lot of scary mobs,
Mhm.
a lot of scary bosses, a lot of mechanics everywhere. Routes are difficult to navigate. If you pull the wrong mobs,
Mhm.
go terribly wrong. Multiple mobs, bigger pulls are not really that possible in a lot of situations with Sanguine Depths.
Yeah.
Because of the abilities, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's there are certainly a lot of mobs that are, in particular, quite deadly, especially to the tank. This I actually tanked this dungeon on an 18 or 19 the other day, and I was very surprised at how much damage a lot of these mobs were dealing. Especially in this first pull, I was actually not prepared for that, because it normally looks pretty easy when you watch Femme do it, but you know, he's a natural. He makes things look easy anyway. So we'll talk about the first corridor here then, just real fast. We've got it stopped perfectly to be able to show this off. So the Covenant mechanic for Venthirs in the Sanguine Depths dungeon are the canisters. Again, if you've run a Sanguine Depths, you'll have seen them in various spots throughout the dungeon. They look like this little bad boy down here. The canisters themselves, any Venthir player can click on them. When they're clicked on or interacted with, there'll be a massive zone, which any mob that dies within that zone, they will give you a stacking damage buff, which I believe is 5% per stack, if that's correct.
Yep.
And that will last for a minute, but it will refresh with every mob that dies within that zone. So you can have, say, 3 to 4 mobs will die within the first 30 seconds. You'll get that buff, but then another mob will die another 10 seconds later. It'll refresh back to the original minute rather than being, you know, an extra stack at 50 seconds. So it is quite generous on that one there.
As of 9:05, it lasts 1.5 minutes.
See, that's something I see.
That's
buffed.
right.
Even I'm learning today. That's the good stuff right there. The only mob that's really worth talking about in this pull in particular, I believe would be the Skirmisher, right?
Yeah, on this pool, yeah, the Skirmisher.
Yeah, the Skirmishers themselves are relatively easy mobs. It's this one here. They have the cast, which you can see at the bottom of the bottom of the nameplate right now, called Animate Weapon. Animate Weapon, it is just them summoning an extra mob, which is an animated weapon. They do hit pretty hard, and they can really mess your tank up, but it is possible to interrupt them, but not with standard interrupt means. You're looking at things like stuns, fears, disorients, incaps, anything like that. Just throwing a CC on them if you catch the cast going, and just to be able to stop it, and they won't recast it for another, I believe it's about 20-30 seconds almost. It is quite generous. It's a very long time in between each cast of Animate Weapon. But it's just to help your tank. More than anything, it is just to help your tank, because they hit very hard in a dungeon full of mobs that already hit pretty hard. So that is always helpful. We didn't interrupt a single one in this run, but again, Femme's a professional, so he can handle that perfectly well. The only other mob in that pull specifically is a Huntmaster, who just puts traps on the floor. It's the usual stuff. Just don't stand in traps. Just don't stand in stuff on the floor. Very easy. The ticks themselves, they don't do anything of any importance, so that's absolutely fine there. Moving on to the next pack, which is the 3 mobs just after this one. Where are we?
We just went past.
We just went past.
Let me find it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have the Mist Caller, right?
That's the one.
So yeah,
Miss Dancer.
So the Mist Dancer. So we have the Mist Dancer in this pool, which does an echoing thrust. And what this does is it's a frontal ability towards the tank, and you'll just have to dodge that. Tank can dodge as well. When it does the echoing thrust again, what it will do is that it's spawning an echo from its previous location that will hit towards where it initially first hit. So as you can see, there's 2 lines going out right now, and the top one being the first, that being the echo from the first thrust. And the second red line, as you can see, is Miss Dancer's second cast. So every time it does a thrust, there'll be an additional line. So what you want to do is that you want to make them go the same direction and not turn them up around all over the place, as it will be very difficult to stay in as a tank and as a DPS if everything is filled up with DPS.
Is that the only Mist Dancer that you face in this dungeon? I think there's only one more after that, right? And it's the one in the pack of 3 that you would normally skip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are hidden ones that no one ever plays, behind the Sentinel at the 40% pride.
Ah, okay.
Nobody goes there.
Sure. Fair enough. Not a problem. The mob that we've just passed there is one that we can talk about very briefly, actually. The Brute. Femme, do you want to let us know how hard this hits tanks?
Well, he was nerfed quite hard, but he still slaps if you don't have your mitigation up. But like generally, he's been nerfed quite a bit on tank damage. But he still does his crash, which is AoE on the whole group, unavoidable. Also, that circle from the Brute does not do any extra damage if you stand in it. You do not have to avoid it. All that happens when you stand in it is that he heals a little because he leeches if you stand in it. But you don't have to move out.
Okay, that's good. Should. Yeah, you should. For the sake of speed and not healing the mob, yeah, it's definitely something that you should probably look to move out of. It's just holding a key for a couple of moments to move out is no big deal. So this moment here we're coming up to, there's a lot of mobs that you can see on the left side of the screen at the moment there, but the only one that's moving around is the Brute, the same mob that we were just talking about before there. This pack is normally skipped by almost every group that plays it, and it doesn't require anything like a Shroud or invisibility potions. When the Brute is pretty much where it is right now, you can see him just over at the far end of the screen back there. When he's in that kind of a position, or even if it's towards like that back wall, you can skip him at any point that he's moving around at the back there. It's easy enough to do. You literally just need to hold W and run straight past. There's no major issue on that one. Let me wind this back a little bit. I'm not entirely sure why it's still jumping forward a bit, but that's fine. We will make do with it. This gluttonous tick on the screen right now is something that we will talk about in the first upcoming pack, which, Faithy, why don't you take that one?
So the first pack, first the reason that we're skipping this pack actually is probably pretty important to remember as well, is once again, it's the Pride. You want to get a Pride right before the first boss, which by skipping this pack, that will allow you. and that is the primary reason to skipping it. You don't want an awkward pride timer, and by having the pride in the boss, it makes it a lot easier. Next, we have the ticks and the brutes, right? You have ticks and brutes in this next room. You have the big ticks, which has an interruptible ability that you'd preferably like to interrupt. And then you have the little ticks that doesn't do anything but do damage to the tank. And then, of course, there was a brute from earlier, which has the slam, which deals damage. And then there is the ground effect, which also deals damage. What we can also see happening here is that the first boss is actually pulled by mistake. So what you'd like to do is that you would not like to play where the mobs are initially spawned. You want to drag them a little bit back, so when the first boss patrols, it will not be pulled by mistake if you stand a little bit too close. So take that back a little bit back and play there. It's just a lot safer. So because of this, obviously there was a need for reset. However, this boss is resettable. So as you can see here, Femme is resetting the boss and they're running back some miraculous way.
We were so lucky here. We were so lucky with where this brute was.
I call it skill.
If you keep watching this right now, I just want to let it play out. But if you keep watching where that brute's moving in the patrolling one, it has all these mobs running past it, and somehow it does not get pulled. I still have no idea how that didn't get pulled.
Great tanking.
Yeah.
A great tank would have pulled the pack back, so it never happened to begin with. That's what I'm still going to say that this was your fault that I ninja pulled the boss, but I would say that.
No.
But yeah, it's I still don't understand how we didn't pull that brute, but not to worry. We dealt with that pretty fine. We do have a very unfortunate pride coming up now.
Yeah.
So this pride would have been just before the first boss initially, but again, with all of the mishaps that happened. Again, it's just like the Mist, though, you know? You have something go wrong, and at this point again, I'm sure a lot of us have experienced it. A lot of people would, or a lot of our friendly pugs would have said, F this, I'm out, and they would have just left the moment something went wrong. If you're aware of what can happen, you can react to it properly, and you can still save it. We never fully wiped here. We had a few people die. Femme never died, and I don't believe the DPS warrior died either. I think it was only the other three of us, and that's fine. A quick release, run back in, and you can just pick it up from where it left off. It's very easy to do. It's just a case of staying calm and just reacting to it appropriately. That's all that needs to be done. Certainly, it doesn't need the gut reaction of, I'm out, this is no longer timeable. It's very timeable. If there's one thing that we can say about Shadowlands dungeons, for the most part, there's maybe one or two that it's not the case with, but for the most part, especially at a 15 level, the timer is very generous. Things can go wrong. You can have 24 deaths in a dungeon and still time it for the most part. Just be patient. You know, if things go wrong, it's fine.
I just want to point out that I have timed 23 sanguine depths with 15 deaths.
There you go.
Like, it's very don't insta leave when things go wrong.
Exactly.
I think Sanguine Depths especially is one of those dungeons where you'll have a lot of death. It is, I wouldn't say it's unavoidable, but it will happen. There's a lot of stuff going on everywhere, and people will just die from time to time. And it is just a case of go again. You can full wipe 1 to 2 times in this dungeon, if not even more, and you can still recover. You have a whole 41 minutes, which is a whopping amount of minutes, right? You have very, very long time for Sanguine Depths when you think about it actually being pretty a genuine, like, normal length of a dungeon, right? So Sanguine Depths is very, very forgiving with the timer. So you having those wipes is not necessarily mean that the key is over at all.
It's not the end of the world by any means. It is just a case of being a little bit patient. But so now we come up to the first boss, Crixus the Voracious. And come on, Femme, let's hear a bit about Crixus.
He's very difficult in pugs actually, because it's a healer check basically, because he has a few mechanics, one of which is the Juggernaut Rush that you just saw on the screen. It's basically just everyone has to soak it in order to split the damage. Then he has the Tank Buster Vicious Headbutt, which is a very lethal Tank Buster actually. Does a lot of damage, but then the main mechanic of this fight is Severing Smash, which we just saw. And basically he smashes the ground, all the players spawn 1 orb each, and then after that the orbs will start going towards the boss. If they reach the boss, he heals for 20%, I think, per orb. So you obviously don't want that to happen. But when you soak them, they do a huge amount of AoE damage. So the way to deal with it is to spawn them far away, and then let your healer soak one by one as he is healing the party up, ideally. That doesn't always happen. Usually people soak their own orbs and then everyone explodes and dies, which is not the way to deal with it.
Would you say that that's something that you necessarily want to let the healer handle on their own?
Absolutely. Like 100%.
Yeah.
It's 100% the healer job.
Sure.
And it might be hard for the healer to heal and move, but like if you're on voice with the healer, you can obviously, he can say, you can soak that right now. But generally when pugging, I would leave it to the healer.
Yeah, sure. It's certainly, if you're going to take it upon yourself to actually soak any of the orbs on your own, then obviously throw a little glance over at the party frames first. Make sure that no one's going to die, unless you're in there with a friend of yours who is pretty low. And by all means, go and get them killed. I'm sure that they will. I'm sure they'll really appreciate it. And once
As
the first
resident rogue player, someone asked in chat if you can cloak it at Dan.
Very good question. Now that I'm actually not sure about. I don't think so. I'm pretty
sure you can.
Because I would assume that all immunities would work the same way on that, no?
Yeah, you can cloak it, but it's still gonna do damage to the other four.
Sure.
So the orb will still spawn and it will still do damage to everyone else.
Yeah.
So you can
but
cloak
you yourself
and not take damage
no
yourself.
damage.
Yeah, so it's useless, but
well, it's still nice for the healer, right? Still nice.
I mean, there's nothing else you're going to use cloak on apart from maybe the upcoming pack. Which Faithy, do you want to run us through this one with the oppressors?
Yeah. So in this pack we have what looks like a lot of mobs. It could look very scary, but in theory, it can become very, very easy if you know what's happening. Right? So you have the oppressors and you have the acolytes. The acolytes does a bolt that it does still damage, but it's not like the most scary mechanic in the game. It's not a mechanic that will necessarily kill you. Obviously, having stuns and CCs, AoE stuns, maybe a druid beam, etc., is going to help a lot. Any reduced damage taken is always nice. But the main mobs that actually matters here is the oppressor. The oppressors has two casts, which is a curse and another ability that's just a target ability, right? It's also a bolt. And the curse is the one that's super, super nasty, and you want to interrupt the curse always. What it does is that it silences silences the player, and obviously that's not very good. You'd like to not have your player silences, especially if it lands on the healer. That could be very, very scary. So always remember to interrupt the curse, and if you're not assigned to interrupt the curse, then just throw interrupts left and right on that pool specifically.
I believe it's
just
designed. I believe that the curse is designed to specifically go on casters, right? I've certainly never seen it attempt to target a melee or anything like that. So, I mean, if you do have a shaman or a mage or a boomkin in the group, then I suppose theoretically you could let it go through, since it is something that doesn't do damage as long as you're ready to dispel it. But realistically, you should probably just try and kick it to avoid any particular mishaps, pretty much. But the oppressors themselves, not particularly nasty mobs. They do chain cast, so it can make them a little bit difficult to deal with. But yeah, again, the whole pack itself, it does die fairly quickly on that one. So the next mob that we're coming up to is a Sentinel, and I believe you face potentially up to 3 of these across the entire dungeon. There's this one and the 2 in the next room, right?
You could do 6 if you wanted to.
But no one will ever do 6.
No, you usually play 3. But
4, actually, because there's one in the very final corridor if you don't skip it.
Oh yeah, that's true. So there's 7.
Okay, so I did forget about that one. So potentially 7 across the whole dungeon, but 4 that you are more likely to play. So 2 major abilities on this. 3, sorry, I forgot the kick. But starting with the Severing Slice, you will see that the Severing Slice, it's just a frontal ability which applies a bleed to anyone that gets hit. Let's wind back so we can find that one again. There he is. So you're going to see the Severing Slice ability come out. You'll see Femme. What you can do is during the cast, you are able to get away from it. So you see him intervene to our Resto Shaman since he's at range to avoid getting the bleed. Would you say it's important to do that as often as possible, Femme?
Yes, absolutely. That bleed slaps.
Yeah.
If you do not do that, your healer will hate you.
Okay, very
and
good.
it's so easy to do. You can do it on every tank.
Sure.
You should always do it.
Excellent.
Yeah,
But
you
don't
can.
do what I did, because like I admitted that I did turn him a little late.
You
But,
turned it
yeah.
very late. Look at this.
Yeah.
The
He
cast was
almost got the
basically
entire
done.
slice into melee, right?
Yeah.
By turning him at the
Don't do
last
that.
second.
Yeah. So you can use other movement abilities such as the horse for a prop paladin. You can
You
obviously
can just
use
run
Link.
as well.
Yeah,
If you're
can
quick
run.
enough,
You
you
can
can
just
run.
run from
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
You have fast legs, Dan.
I
You have your
don't.
running shoes on.
I don't have very fast legs in the slightest. The other two abilities of the mob, very, very straightforward. The first one is a Stone Skin cast, which is just I believe it's a physical damage reduction, if I'm not mistaken. So again, if your party is full of casters, you could theoretically let it through. It is purgeable as well if it does go through, but again, best practice would be to just kick it. And the final ability is, I can't remember the name of it, but it swirlies on the floor. You don't stand in them.
Craggy Fracture.
Craggy Fracture, that's the one. But just don't stand in them. That one does hurt quite a lot, actually. I've been one-shot many times on that mob alone. And now we're coming up to... Now, this pack has the oppressors that Faithy was talking about a little bit earlier, but it also has a new mob, the Overseer. The Overseer is pretty simple in practice. It gives you the biggest thing on this one, outside of the dread bindings, which we'll talk about in a moment. It's this stacking debuff up in the top right, which you can luckily still see here, even though it's skipped. This stacking debuff, I believe it's just a damage taken increase, right, Femme?
It's a damage taken increase as well as a damage done decrease.
Okay, and just while you're in combat with that, it will continually ramp up to a maximum of 10 stacks, which I believe is 50% in total, 5% per stack.
Yep.
No, it's 2% per stack.
2% per stack, so it's not as aggressive as I thought it was, which is really good. I've been scared of that more than I should have been. But it will drop once you leave combat with the mob now. It didn't start out that way, which was very interesting.
Yeah.
They decided to keep that, so you usually had a case where you had to stand around for upwards of about 15 seconds waiting for that to drop before you could pull the next mob, because these Overseers, you end up facing pretty much 3 in a row, almost. Certainly 2 in a row, with 1 shortly afterwards. But yeah, they're not too bad. The Dread Bindings cast itself, we'll get back to it so I can show you what the Dread Binding looks like. It is a relatively simple mechanic. It will target everybody in the group if they are close enough. Maximum range of it is 20 yards?
Something like that.
It's something like that. As a ranged, if you're at range, you're probably never going to be affected by it. But tanks and melee, this is something that you will have to deal with. You'll see the cast come out in just a moment. He also casts Gloom Burst, which is just a random bolt on the group. It's not that
do much.
Yeah, it's not that important to kick. It really won't do much. The chains themselves, you can see they've just come out. You can see who's affected by them based on that debuff just there. The way to handle it, if you do have it on you, you can immune it. You can see that on the Rogue, I popped Cloak, which does immune you to it. Warriors can also pop Avatar, Bladestorm, that also immunes you to it. Anything that removes any movement impairing effects, I believe Freedom from a Paladin also removes it, as well as any general immunities like Bubble or what have you. Bop would also work. But if you don't have any of that available to you, just simply run away from the mob. Give or take 15 to 20 yards, the chains will break, and then you can just run back in if you need to. If your tank is confident, they can stand and tank the chains for a while, because it doesn't do that much damage to a tank, just to avoid the mob from actually casting anything else. It'll stop doing the Gloom Burst, so it won't be hitting your group, and it'll just be focusing all of its damage on the tanks. It'll continue to channel the Dread Bindings itself anyway, but only if your tank is feeling confident. Certainly don't force them into it. Let them make the call on that one.
Yeah, it is important to mention as well that as a DPS, you should not take that leverage most of the time. You do want to go out and break the chain. It does do a lot of damage, especially if it's on a lot of people. So as DPS, do go out and break the chain. Go out 20 yards if you don't have an immunity, and it'll break, and you can go back in.
Yeah, absolutely. That's I suppose you could say if you did have a big cooldown ready, you could do it, but honestly, there's probably no need to. It is much simpler just to break the chain itself and continue as normal. We're coming up to a pull on just inside the left room, which I'm sure many of you will have seen be pulled a few times before. Now, this got altered in 9.0.5 as well. They moved where the canister was initially, so Previously, the canister was on this side here, and in 905 they've moved it just back off to the left back there. The way you used to handle it was you'd have someone activate the canister from here, everyone would go into the room and just hug on the wall. The canister radius would go through the wall, you'd kill all the ads there and get the stacks without a problem. Since that got changed, now you'll see that the play that we do here, or that Femme does, is to pull the pack, and just pull it back out of the room and line next to the canister that is obviously now on the left behind us. So you can see him running back just up to the canister, lines it there. All of the mobs that are casting at the moment, as long as everyone lines properly, they'll just start moving into the corner itself as well, which we'll see in just a moment. I wish I knew why this was doing this, but it's fine, we'll make do with it.
I trust.
Yeah, so as you can see, it's very important that everyone gets into the line, so they don't cast on anyone, right? So
Yep.
all of the mobs get under, they get stacked, you click the canister, and then again here we have acolytes, and we have, do we have oppressors? We have 2 oppressors, right?
2 oppressors in
So it's just like the first pull off the first boss. Get the curses, and just throw hands, throw interrupts if you're not assigned to do that.
here. Exactly.
Just to reduce the damage taken.
Yeah, and it's after this pack in particular that we come up to our next Pride. Prides, obviously, we've already talked about. What's good about this Pride, though, is that we have the damage buff from the canister itself, so this Pride ends up just melting. You know, you can see the fact that its health is going down very, very quickly. The Pride itself will also count towards the canister. Is it true that all of mobs now count towards the canister, Femme?
Yes, as of 905, everything, no matter what, even those yellow mobs would count if you pull them into it.
Because it used to be the case that it was only Venthia-specific mobs?
No, just humanoid.
Just humanoid.
Yeah.
Including the Gargans at the end. Are they humanoids?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
They're very weird. I don't know.
Okay.
What else should they be?
if I ever beasts, if I ever get the opportunity, I'll have to ask someone about that. Why did you decide to make them humanoids and not beasts? But never mind. Again, that Pride dealt with very quickly. We refresh our stacks just in time to go into what was another Overseer and 2 Oppressor pack, and then we have the mini boss. Femme, do you want to take us quickly through the mini boss, because he does or can hit the tank quite hard as well, can't he?
Yeah, he has, I think, 3 mechanics. One is a bludgeoning bash, which is the big tank hit. It hurts a lot, especially on higher fortified keys. He also has the sweeping slash, which I'm sure everyone has died to at some point, because it's really hard to see.
Not me, dude.
Yeah, sure. He basically does 2 sweeping slashes before he does the bludgeoning bash, and then he has a motivational clubbing, which is if any of the yellow small mobs are around him, he will occasionally hit them, and they'll get enraged, which can be soothed. They do more damage and get like 200% current HP, but by soothing it, you also remove the extra health that they gained. So you can basically, one soothe does a lot of damage on those mobs when if you have a soothe, use it.
Exactly. Cool, that's good. And then after dealing with the mini boss itself, we come through into the second boss area, the big old ring room, the M25 of M+, and we start off with a new mob, or 2 new mobs, the Scribes and the Depth Wardens. I'll quickly take you through these ones. Depth Wardens are also quite beefy mobs. They do have a lot of HP, and they do also slap the tank quite hard. They have a particular tank ability, which name I cannot remember. Femme? He can't remember either.
Crashing Strike.
There it is. Crashing Strike.
Yeah.
Excellent. I was pushing last week, and I was doing a 23 in Sanguine for the first time, and our tank got one-shot by it because he didn't have anything available. He was about 75% HP, and yeah, he just got straight up one-tap by it. That thing hurts. That thing hurts a lot. So any active mitigation, make sure you have it ready for the Crashing Strike from the Depth Warden. It is also it also has an interrupt on it, which is Femme. Barb Shackles. I knew it was barbed something. I was going to call it barbed chains. It's just it's a kickable cast. It needs 2 melee kicks. Can 1 shaman cover it? I don't think so. They can?
Yeah.
Okay, so two melee
very
kicks.
Close though.
It is very close. So 2 melee kicks or 1 shaman, preferably just 2 melee kicks. If that cast does go through, it will root its target in place on a debuff which lasts for 10 seconds, as well as dealing a lot of physical damage to them over that duration as well. While the root itself can be removed with freedom or an immunity, in fact, no, while the root itself can be removed with freedom and probably post-haste disengage from a hunter as well, the debuff, the bleed portion of the debuff will stay on the target. So freedom won't help you completely on these ones. If it does go off, they are going to need a lot of healing, or they're going to need to actually pop a full immunity just for the sake of staying alive. That does actually do a lot of damage. But again, best practice is just to kick it more than anything. The scribes are not the biggest pain in the world. They have two particular casts, both of which are shown on the screen right now, which is perfect. The explosive vellum just drops a zone on the floor. It's an orangish type of zone that you'll see in a moment. You just don't stand in it, like with everything else that's a zone in this game. And the throw research is just a random cast that will be at a random group member. It does a fair bit of damage. It is physical, so it can do more damage to lower armor classes, such as your mages, your warlocks, and obviously maybe your rogues as well, because I was playing rogue here, that's why I like to mention it. But other than that, they're not that big of a deal. You just kill them off with AoE as quickly as possible, and it's all good. But the Depth Warden in particular does need a little bit of focusing down where possible. That's for sure. The next pull, I believe, covers an extra mob, which is the Remnant of Fury, and perfectly highlighted by Femme. Let me just go back to that one. This will highlight a canister that you're never going to use, but it's always good to know that it's there just in case. Let me just get the pause at the right time. Boom. You can see his cursor, but because I like drawing on the screen, we're going to do it anyway. You've got that canister over there, which is never going to be used. Almost ever. There is no real need to go right, not with the route that we were doing here. You'll find that a lot of groups don't go right. Is it a difference? Is it a major difference in percentage if you were to go right way around the room?
No, there's the same mobs. There are ghouls at the end though.
Okay, and is that why it's mostly skipped?
Yeah, the ghouls are generally bad.
Okay, that's fine. That's good.
Hurt.
Sure. Yeah, we will actually cover the ghouls once we get past the next boss, because we do end up having to pull them for the sake of percentage and for the sake of pride, as well as our own pride. And because Femme likes to prove that he's a big tanky boy and can face ghouls on his warrior without an issue, even though he does almost die to these ones, which is always fun. But we'll see that in just a moment. No, I would never lie to you, sir. Okay, so coming up to the Remnant of Fury. Faithy, do you want to quickly run us through that one, as well as the Quill Feather as well, actually? I forgot that one was there. Not that it's too important.
Yeah, the Quill Feather is not really that important of a mob, right? It has an
Already
interruptive
dead,
ability. Yeah, so it has an interruptive ability that one can interrupt, and then the Fury is a little bit more important, which also has an interruptible ability, which is pretty important to get, which is a cast, which the name I cannot remember. But it's very important to get.
Explosive Anger.
There it is. Femme is so smart.
This is why we have Femme on. This is why we have Femme on the show. He will remember all of the names of all the abilities and all of the mobs. In fact, I'll pop quiz him in a couple of future dungeons.
Yeah. So you have the Fury, which you'd like to interrupt, and then you have the Quill, which does one cast as well normally, and then it's dead. So throw one interrupt on that as well. You might as well. There you see Femme. He's getting in the Sentinel as well because you'd rather get it in and not play it alone. So you can see it pulls it in this pool. As it is a very, very easy pull to deal with, and that's why he pulls it in, right? And then next pull is a little bit more of a scary pull, but as you can see, he's jumping back and he's finding the next canister, and he's bringing all the mobs over. Here, there's a new mob called Doubt, and Doubt has a cast called Growing Mistrust, which, when casted, will leave a ground effect similar to the one on the next boss, which we will also talk about. And what that does is that it's a growing effect that will increase over time, and it will immediately do damage if you stand in it. And it's a lot of damage as well. So it's very important that these doubts are positioned in a way so you're able to kite them in a way so you'll be able to have room and not be forced into ninja pulling a new set of mobs, right? So first of all, you'd like to bring them back to the canister. You do have the canister and you'd like to utilize it. What you can also do is probably pull them a little bit further and then kite back into the canister towards the next boss, right? You have a lot of room for the doubts to cast their abilities. Outside of that, you have the Fury, which once again is interruptible. And then you have the Scribes, which just throw research, which is just a targeted ability that does a little bit of damage.
Exactly. This pull itself is a little bit more tricky, especially with the size that Femme did it. There was a pack off to the left that was inside of a cage, as well as the patrol. Did you have to open the gate for that particular pack that you pulled, or was it one of those ones that opens the gate for you?
It
They
opens.
open automatically.
They open automatically. Perfect. So that makes it easy. Now, if you were feeling confident and wanted to do that, then obviously you can do. This canister in particular is possibly the hardest one to make good use of across the entire dungeon. Simply because, as you saw, it does require a lot of back and forth from your tank to have to go grab enough mobs to make it worthwhile, as well as bring it back into the canister itself. That being said, if you do have a Venthyr in your group, or if you are the Venthyr in your group, and you have communication with your tank, so you know that maybe they don't want to go and pull that many mobs back onto the canister itself, it is worth using, even for one mob. It would just be just a little something extra, just to help out the group. Even if it is just the 5%, it's still 5%. That's still, on its own, it's a decent amount. Considering you're getting it more or less for free, it's still worth clicking even for that, honestly. So even if you're not going to do a big pull like this back onto the canister, honestly, just click it anyway, really. Even if it's just a Sentinel that's going to die to it, that's no big deal. It has become a lot easier, or a lot more efficient to use now as of 9.05, since they've added all mob types to it. You can make a bit better use of it, but as we can see with Femme's tanking position here, we're going to see what you shouldn't do, realistically. Yes. So Femme was a little bit overeager with getting back to the canister, and he's tanking the Vestige of Doubt on it. And the Vestige has dropped poo-poo on the floor, and yeah, it's very difficult to keep the mobs within range of the canister. They are just in range of the canister here, so the canister's range will probably extend out to roughly here. It's not that wide, but it'll be pretty much all the way around here in a big radius around the canister. The mobs are just inside it, but Femme's pathing as he's tanking the mobs is also really good to keep it inside of the canister zone itself, so we do end up getting the buff from the mobs that we're playing here. So a little bit of a mess up on Femme's part, but also really well recovered by him as well. Eventually the floor will just look like this. There will be stuff everywhere. It's unavoidable. The mobs cast it quite frequently. I also believe there were 2 Vestiges in this pack, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
that was the problem.
Yeah, because there's one from the cage and one in the patrol, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
Not that that's too important, but if just be prepared if you are going to pull more than one Vestige of Doubt. The floor is going to be rammed. Maybe don't do that if you're going to be playing more than one melee, unless the melee are big strong boys, which I was not on my rogue. But yeah, we'll just continue that one on. Again, we're just cleaning up the pack. We did spawn Pride here as well, which did make things a little bit more difficult, but that's fine.
Quickly again, there's also another thing with the doubts, is that when they die, they also drop the poop. So it is important to know that when you kill the doubts off, they will drop the stuff on the ground as well, and you'd like to, get out of it ASAP, as it actually deals a pretty big amount of damage, especially if you stood in it for too long. What is also nice to know is that you can actually stun the doubts on their cast, and you can keep them still for a little bit longer, right? So if you have them stunned, they are not going to cast their ability, and you can freely hit them as you'd want to in like a burst window per se.
They do recast though.
They do recast out of stun, but you could keep them stopped for a while by just keep stunning.
No, definitely. Yep, absolutely. So again, going back to it, we just deal with that Pride as normal. So the thing about the Sentinels, that first Sentinel that we came across, which was alongside the second pull in this area, something to note is that in this room in particular, if you know how the room looks, it is just a massive ring around the downstairs area. There are 3 Sentinels that appear on each side of the room, but only one of them will be active per side. You don't know which one that's going to be as you come into the room, and there's certainly no way to tell. But it does mean that you can use Spectral Sight.
Yeah.
Okay, so if Spectral Sight works, then that's something I'm learning. I love it. I love it so much. But it does mean that you'll end up facing at least one Sentinel in this room, and you won't be able to avoid it at all. But you can more or less control how it is you're going to face it just by being careful as you move up towards each Sentinel. So if you don't want to play it with mobs, because that is quite scary as a tank, then you don't need to. Just take it easy and just slowly approach each Sentinel. If it does activate, just pull it back a bit, because that way you'll pull it completely out of danger and there'll be no issues whatsoever. So
next we have Tavo, which
That's
is
the one.
probably one of the most difficult bosses in all of Mythic. He has a few mechanics which is very, very nasty. The first being the general mechanic of the boss is the 2 beams. When the boss is initially engaged, he will send 2 beams, one on the left side of the corridor and one on the right side of the corridor, going opposite direction. And what will that means is that it's going to go back and forth, and by standing in that beam, you'll take a tremendous amount of damage. So you'd like to dodge that. The easiest way to deal with this mechanic is taking Tavo and just pulling him back a little bit. So when the lines come around, you'll have them offset. So you can either be on the right side of the corridor or the left side, depending on what beam will be coming first and which one will be coming last, as we'll be seeing here in a while. Secondly, we have the manifestation, which is the small ad that he spawns, as you can see right here, which has a similar mechanic to the doubt. That being, when it dies, it will leave a ground effect that does a lot of damage. So you want to have a free spot in your bag so you can keep kiting Tavo backwards. However, the manifestation, whilst being alive, does a lot of damage, and you'd like to kill it as soon as possible. Target it, kill it. It does a lot of damage. It's not your friend, basically. It doesn't like you, so you shouldn't like it either. And then that is last mechanic, obviously, that being the circle, which is the mechanic called Castigate. And Castigate is a targeted ability that will go on one of your players, not the tank though, if I remember correctly, right, Femme?
Correct.
Yeah, and what it will do is that there will be a circle around you, and he will channel ability into you, which deals a lot of damage. Some classes do have the leverage to be able to totally negate this mechanic, that being Warrior with Spell Reflect, DK with AMS, Rogues with Shroud, Bubbles, Blocks, and Turtle. So if you do have these abilities and you're one of those set classes, definitely do use your abilities, as it's an immense amount of damage that goes out. And it's also very important that you do go out of the group with this ability, so you don't hit your entire group with it, basically. But at the same time, you also got to remember that the beam is coming. So do position yourself in a position where you won't get hit with the beam either.
Something to mention about the Castigate as well, in particular about immuning it, is that if you are going to immune it with any of the spells that have just been notified, only some of them will work. Only some of them will break the cast during, I believe, and those are full immunities like Bubble and Ice Block. They're the only ones that will break the cast itself during the cast as it's channeling. So what I mean by that is the Castigate itself is split into 2 casts, which I can show off in just a second. So you'll see it cast on a DK in a moment. You have this first cast now, which is the initial target, as well as the channel afterwards, which is the damage that it deals onto the target. So as a warrior, for example, since that's my specialty, as a warrior, you need to have Spell Reflect up before the channel begins, before the beam itself actually hits you. If you don't have it up before that point, then it will not immune it. Instead, it will just act as a damage reduction, which is still damage that you are taking as a player, which your healer has to heal. So timing is quite important on that. It's the same thing with the DK here that the boss actually channels on, which I'll get back to again in just a second. So if the DK had put up AMS before running out, it would have actually just immuned the cast itself, because the debuff that Castigate applies wouldn't have been able to affect him. So again, it's the same thing for things like Spell Reflect, Cloak of Shadows. You can do at any time. Vanish. So things like Vanish and Feign Death, because I can see that being mentioned in chat, they do work as well as Shadow Meld, I believe, works also. I'm not 100% sure, but the thing with those, the cast has to have finished and the channel has to have begun. Because if you do it too early, all the boss is going to do is recast Castigate onto somebody else. And honestly, that's just trolling. So again, timing is everything, depending on the ability that you're going to be using. With Spell Reflect in particular, again, as a warrior player, sometimes when you're reflecting it, sometimes the ring visual will stay there and sometimes it won't. Even if the ring visual is still there, you don't need to move out of it because the damage is not affecting the warrior. He's already reflected the ability itself. It's effectively the Castigate is just casting on Tarvold. It just doesn't do any damage to him. That's all. But again, timing is everything depending on the ability that you're going to be using based on what class you're playing. Is there anything you want to add on to this, Femme?
No.
Nope.
I think you did great.
That's very kind of you to say. So, what we're moving on to now is the ghouls, which is really, really spooky. Pretty much on any key level. So, bearing in mind that we did this key this week, and obviously it was tyrannical, not even fortified. The ghouls that we are about to face after dealing with the Sentinel, they are not as strong as they could have been. But they do hit very hard. I believe they only have one tank cast, which is Shadow Claw or Black Claw.
Yes.
And it is just a tank ability. It does hit very hard, as you'll see in a moment, but the mobs themselves do enrage. What I don't know, and maybe you can enlighten us on this, Femme, is that enrage HP based or is it time based?
No, they do it on time.
They do it on time. Okay.
Yeah.
So what you'll see in just a moment is the Ghouls Enrage. It's just now. I can point that out there. So you can see you've got the Enrage on all of the Ghouls there. And you can see that a couple, or at least one Shadow Claw is looking to go off. Now, if we watch Femme's health as we go through this pull, you'll see just how much damage these claws do. So you can see one going through here. That's how much damage they do while enraged. And this is on a 15. It's very spooky.
Not fortified.
Not fortified. It is very spooky. Yeah. The way that this pack is normally done is your tank will go in, get a bunch of threat, and then just run like mad. And I think even on a prop warrior, which is significantly tankier than Vengeance DH, you'd still probably end up kiting those mobs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The Shadow Claws is magic, so it
Yeah.
hurts on any tank.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, very, very, very tricky mobs to deal with. But again, for the sake of smooth prides and percentage as a whole, it can be worth playing them. There would probably be routes that you can get around playing them, but it would probably require you playing a pack of 3, which we look to skip a little bit later on. But we will point that out just as we move forward. But again, we clean this pack up. Can you remind me just how much percentage you need before you go down to the lower area, Femme?
74.
74%.
Yes.
Perfect. So you will see. We'll see that we get to quite a bit beyond that, because we did have a bit of a ninja pull on the patrol that was right behind us as well, which was pretty unfortunate. But we do deal with it pretty well, in all honesty, as we go through to the bottom area here. The mobs in this area, we've seen them already. Very straightforward. 4 oppressors in the room, 2 on the right, 1 on the left, and 1 that patrols at the back, and the Vestige of Doubt right in front of us, which, again, it's the one that just drops the poo-poo on the floor, so we clean all of these up pretty quickly. So what we do here, for the sake of pride, because you can see our percentage in the top right there, it's 78.57. This mob will take us to literally 0.1% away from the pride itself, so you can see 79.67. Femme now gathers up the remaining 4 oppressors, and we now need to kill these all at the same time. As a general rule within keys, you, of course, really need to be looking at the percentage at all times. If you're pugging this, and you are the only one that's looking at the percentage so you can see when the pride is coming, if you can communicate that to your group, you can easily save wipes that just didn't need to happen. If there's no solid route going forward, or if there was a mispull or something like that, you can point out, hey, we're not that far away from the next pride, be careful how you pull the next one, or even as a tank, just being aware of it the entire time. It is very important, because the pride, while on its own, it's not particularly scary. With almost any kind of mob, the difficulty of the one pride is ramped up quite significantly if you add anything else to it, you know. But just keep an eye on the percentage, and you'll pretty much avoid it. So no issue whatsoever. All right. Once we've dealt with the pride, we then move on to Grand Proctor. Femme?
Yeah. It's a really hard-hitting boss. It's been nerfed several times because of how hard it is.
Mm-hmm.
It has, I think, three major mechanics. One of which is this Rite of Supremacy, which spawns 15 like small holy balls that each reduces the damage you take from Rite of Supremacy by 20%. So doing quick maths, if you pick up 5, you will be immune to the damage. But since there's only 15 and there's 5 of you in the party, you need to split them up somehow. Usually, especially on tyrannical, people rotate immunities so that the others can get more orbs. But generally, as a tank on any tank class, you barely need one, but you should take one just for safety. So that means there's 14 for 4 people. It's very easy to always at least get 3 as a DPS, unless you're immuning, obviously. And then she has the like the Naru upstairs, which she's torturing, cries out and puts stuff on the floor that hurts. If you get hit by those, you pretty much die. And then there's the tank buster iron spikes, which is extremely hard hitting, and your tank needs to actually press their abilities to live that.
As we found out on as we found out on beta, a DPS warrior can intervene for the iron spikes, but you shouldn't, because you will protect your tank from it. You will take it, and you can't, if you're an arms warrior, for example, you can't parry them. So die by the sword won't work. But in an absolute panic situation, if your tank is almost definitely going to die, you can save them simply just by intervening them as a warrior. Would BOP work, or would that cause it to recast? I don't know if you know.
I have not tried.
Okay, no problem. That's fine. I mean, maybe we can look into that at some point. We'll see. But yeah, so there are ways to deal with it, but realistically, your tank should probably be as prepared as possible just to deal with the iron spikes, as Femme mentioned earlier. But rest of the boss, pretty straightforward. In all honesty, would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree. It is important to mention that directly after the explosion of picking up orbs, she will cast Endless Torment, which is the Naru being hit and stuff coming on the ground. And while that is being cast, you're going to take a pretty big amount of AoE damage to the group. So it is important to actually pick up those orbs, because if you go into this Endless Torment with very low HP, that could mean the doom of your group. So just do remember that whilst it is being cast, you do take damage, and do look at your HP, and do remember to pick up orbs, as that is the one thing that could kill you, probably.
Doom, it's the most ominous thing I've heard all day. The Endless Torment is just dealing damage. You can, I believe you've mentioned that already, Faithy, but you can dodge all the swirlies you want, but you are still taking damage, as Faithy said. That's why it's very important to make sure that you are picking up as many balls as you can in order to help the group. If you're doing this with a coordinated group and you maybe have a mage or a rogue, you can coordinate those classes using their immunities on the right of supremacy, just for the sake of freeing up more balls for the rest of the group to be able to take. It just reduces damage across the board and makes it so much easier for the healer. Did you mention the debuff that comes at the end of the explosion?
No, I did not. There's a debuff at the end of the explosion. It is reflectable.
There you go. So yeah, as Femme said, there's a debuff at the end of the explosion. It's another debuff that the boss does just put out randomly during the fight as well, before the explosion happens, but only on one target. It's just damage over time, but it obviously does hit very hard. When you combine... So that debuff normally drops off at the point that the swirlies on the floor are beginning to appear, which does mean that it's kind of an extended period of slow ticking damage, which can be quite problematic to heal, especially considering you're usually being forced to move at the same time. So that boss is very rough. Yeah, it is very rough. There are multiple scary moments, but just making sure that you're using defensives well, health pots, health stones if you have a warlock in the group and what have you, and you'll be fine. There's no big issue there. So the pack that we've just dealt with, there's nothing major in there. There's Huntmasters, which again we've already talked about them at the very beginning of the dungeon. They just drop the traps on the floor. There's really nothing else about it in that regard. But then we come up to a pack of 3 here. All of these mobs we've seen already. There's the Overseer.
They're the worst mobs in dungeon packed together.
Exactly. Yeah. They are the 3 worst mobs in the entire dungeon, and yeah, they've decided to put them all in one pack. Something that the 3 of us would advocate for, and I feel like we maybe should have mentioned it at the very, very top of the show, but it's worth mentioning now since we are doing it here. Even if you are going to be pugging for your 15s, or if you are mostly pugging, whether it be because you just don't have the time to play during the week with a group of friends or what have you, it's always worth, if you are not a class that can stealth, to take invisibility potions into every single dungeon that you do, just in case the group wants to be able to skip something. Being prepared is obviously going to be much better, and I think it plays well to the mentality of a pug group if all of the members go into that group already prepared, rather than getting everyone to the dungeon, the tank communicating, okay, or someone who's making the route, doesn't necessarily have to be the tank, even though it normally is. But, whoever's making the route saying, okay, we're actually going to do a skip here. Do you have invis potions? It is kind of annoying to see one person say, actually, no, can I get a summon back? It is a little bit frustrating after getting everyone all grouped together. So just make sure you're prepared. Have a good stock of invis potions before you go into pretty much any key. You can always have 20 in your bags. Given that there's such a long cooldown, you're very unlikely to use more than one per dungeon. There are some cases where you probably would do that. Sanguine Depths is one of those cases where that can happen depending on the route that's made. But there's really not many outside of that, I wouldn't say. Certainly not off the top of my head anyway. But again, pre-preparation is always the best course of practice for sure. But again, we're just skipping these 3 mobs because nobody wants to play that pack. Absolutely nobody. It's just too annoying. Everyone's taking more damage from the Overseer. You have frontals to try and avoid from the Mist Dancer. You've got swirlies on the floor to avoid from the Sentinel, as well as a caster kick on it. There's the Dread Bindings as well that just slow you down inside swirlies and make it difficult to move out of frontals. And yeah, it's a nightmare pack. So we have a rogue, so we just shroud straight through. And then we come up to the Gauntlet. We'll probably take it in turns to talk about the Gauntlet as we go through pack by pack, because it is quite long. What's funny about this dungeon is that the timer actually looks really long. We're barely just over halfway through the timer, and we're now in the very final part of the dungeon, which is the longest and most tedious part. I think we can probably all agree. I would suspect.
Yes.
But just to start it off, Faithy, do you want to get started on the very first pull with General Carl?
So, yeah, we're going into the Gauntlet. Probably not the most fun part of the dungeon, but it's a very, very hard part of the dungeon, maybe for a healer, as you'll have no break from mana, basically. This is due to the dogs that will keep spawning, that will go into you and keep you in combat for all of eternity. So the point of the Gauntlet is that Carl is a big boy. That's why he took a lot of pulls in Mythic, and therefore you'll need to hit him for a very, very long time.
Method on SLG.
Method
on SLG. Oh no.
Yeah. So as the dungeon as this Gauntlet will continue, you will have to take Carl 10% down, and he will jump to the next boss, and you'll have to, or the next pack, and you'll have to keep on proceeding. Carl has 2 mechanics while doing this. One being the Gloom Squall, as you just saw, where you'll pick up the Naru after killing the 3rd boss, that will put down a shield that will make you able to live this ability, basically, as it will deal a tremendous amount of damage if you're not standing. So do get in the shield, and do remember to use it if you're the one who not. Secondly, Carl will randomly jump to a person, and whoever is in the path of Carl and that person will get a bleed effect. And this bleed effect is quite annoying, especially as melee. As melee, it is possible to dodge it. It has a very, very big range, but what you have to do to be able to dodge it is that you'll have to stand on maximum melee range. So you have to stand as far away from the boss as possible on each side of the boss if you're melee, and you'll be able to dodge this bleed. The bleed in this Gauntlet is the most difficult part of the Gauntlet. It deals so much damage because it keeps applying, and the more people that gets it applied, the more the healer has to heal. And obviously, the healer, as mentioned, don't have any breaks. He's not going to be able to get mana in most cases. So it is very, very important that you do try to dodge these bleeds. As ranged, you just want to spread out, and it's easy as that. But as melee, stand on each side of Carl and stand on max melee range. And that's how you deal with it. And the next mobs that we have here is some mobs you will only ever see in this Gauntlet, which is the Cadets. And the Cadets have a mechanic that, depending on how many there are and how close they are to each other, they will deal more damage. So the more they are, the more damage they deal. What is that?
I'll highlight that properly here, so you can see at the moment, the radius on when they buff each other is actually quite generous. But the thing is, they're all melee, so it won't stay like that for very long. So you can see like this one here, for example, has 2 stacks because it's only close to the 2 that's right next to it. This one has 3 because it's now close to 3 of them. This one has 4, and so on. But if we play the video a little bit further forward, so you can see, you'll see them quickly all swap to 5 stacks. Now, literally all of them have 5 stacks, and there's no way to get away from it. But it is a really hefty damage increase. So these mobs don't have a lot of HP, and they can be underestimated quite significantly by a lot of tanks. I can say not from personal experience, but again, when I was pushing last week, our tank decided to chain these mobs into a pull that we'd done previously, but wasn't quite prepared for the damage that they were going to deal when they all stacked up. He died instantly. They hit him very hard, and he just wasn't prepared while tanking Carl at the same time. It was a little bit rough. I'm sure Femme has dropped many a cheat death on maybe these mobs specifically. It is pretty rough, but again, it's just AoE fodder. Group them all up. Hopefully, your tank can deal with them well, and just get them all nuked down as quickly as possible. The buff itself, Femme, was that just a damage increase?
Yeah.
I can remember by how much per stack. It's not important. I just want to test you.
I believe it's 50, but I'm not sure on that.
Okay. Well, if anyone in chat's able to confirm or deny that, so we can either give Femme a tick or a cross, we'll see. We'll see when we move forward.
Yeah. So we're being asked what is the best way to deal with this as a Demon Hunter or just a tank in general. And in my opinion, it's just using a defensive, right? That would be the most efficient way, especially if you don't have a disc or like something to give you aggro, like a rogue or a hunter, right? You have to.
It makes sense. Well, yeah, you have to pull them and then use everything you have and then run. Last week I went in there, popped the meta, trinket, and demon spikes. Then I procced, and then I procced, and then I ran.
Yeah, so you lost everything.
In the window of like 3 seconds. So.
And considering that that's for a pack of mobs that really don't have a whole lot of HP, yeah, you can see why it does get underestimated by quite a few tanks. But you know, yeah. I'm sure as you do the dungeon more and more often, you'll begin to get a feel for what hits quite so hard. And Femme's you know, he's good at playing those mobs in particular now. I'm sure there's not so many.
It is 20%.
20%. Okay,
yeah,
so what we're gonna do is, because I gave you a pop quiz, we're gonna give you a little X next to your name now, because you got that one wrong. And we'll just keep a tally of that as we go forward. Perfect. All right.
Can I get retroactively the correct answers from earlier?
If you can remember how many you got right.
All of them.
Tell you what, I'm going to assume that you got 2 right, so I'm going to give you 2 ticks. There you go. Retroactive ticks. There you go. Perfect.
Feels good, man.
So for the rest of the gauntlet, really, there's not a huge amount to say. A lot of the mobs are just repeated from earlier on in the dungeon. Again, it is a gauntlet event, as Faithy mentioned earlier, so you have the dogs or the gargons constantly spawning. This is very taxing on the healer if they don't handle their mana well. It is really rough. For a Disc Priest in particular, when I was pushing last week, our Disc Priest, it was Mitsuki. I'm sure a lot of you know who Mitsuki is. She absolutely hated this corridor because Disc is just eating a bunch of mana and there's never an opportunity to drink, which is a little bit rough. But, you know, as long as you can... as long as your tank's pretty good with defensives and your whole group is good with defensives and your tank's good with kiting in particular, you can deal with it efficiently enough. It shouldn't be too big of a problem. So we've got it paused here for the final canister of the run, which is possibly the best canister of the run, I would say. You got this one just down here. So the whole idea, I believe we haven't pulled the pack ahead of it just yet. So this canister you don't have to force a usage on because there is a pack right in front of it that is really good to pull into this one. If we just play it on a little bit further, you'll see Femme turn around, look at the acolytes, which are just ahead of him there. He'll pull those ones in, and these are ones that just have a random cast Shadow Bolt. So he'll pull these back into the canister. We didn't have to line here because they decided to not cast until they reached us anyway, which was quite good. Sometimes that doesn't happen, and sometimes they will cast a little bit earlier. So you can see just in the top of the alcove, just up here, you can just get everyone to group up around here, just so that they don't cast and they actually get into the canister itself. And again, what's good about this canister in particular is the fact that all the Gargans obviously count towards the stacks as well. So you can stand there until the canister depletes, or until you get to the 10 stacks, which is where it caps off, and you can just keep getting stacks. You'll see us do that on here, so we just move it on forward a little bit. Wind that back just a touch, because I believe we get a few more Gargans in towards the end. So we've got the pack as it's just polishing it off now. But I think 2 more dogs will probably come in from the back. We hold here for a bit, finish those off as well, and then we just continue on to the final pack of, or the final pack of the Gauntlet event. It's three times of combat with Carl. After the third one, when she reaches 70%, she disappears, and the whole gauntlet itself just stops. No more dogs spawn, and your healer can finally actually breathe. Same thing with this pack, though. There's no mobs that we really need to talk about. It's just Carl and a bunch of mobs that we've already seen. AoE those ones down, focus Carl incredibly hard where possible, and just finish off the gauntlet event on this. Would you say that this is probably the hardest part of almost any dungeon in the game?
It's definitely one of them.
Probably this and Hakar.
Yeah, we'll get to Hakar a little bit later. We do have the other side coming up after this one, actually. But certainly the gauntlet. It's not fun to deal with by any means. No one likes being stuck in combat, especially if you're a healer. We again, a little bit of practice and you can deal with that perfectly fine. So what I want to mention here is we've got skirmishes again, like there were at the very beginning of the dungeon. So what we'll do is we'll wind that back just a bit. You might remember that I mentioned that you can, or it was mentioned that you can stop the skirmisher casts of Animate Weapon, and you can stop it with any type of CC. So what we'll do here, we pause it here, and you can see that they're casting Animate Weapon right now. But the DPS warrior has used Aftershock, which has a knockdown included in it. So what we'll do is wind that forward a little bit more, and just there, you can see that the knockdown has occurred. You can see the buff on it there. They've interrupted the cast, but what will happen now is when we play it on a little bit further, they just won't recast it. And they won't recast it until they are basically dead, if at all. It is a very generous amount of time. Like I say earlier, it's about 15, 20 seconds, maybe a little bit longer. I can't be 100% certain. But again, it's just reducing the damage on the tank. That's all it is. And again, there's another Sentinel. We know how to deal with these already, particularly rough mobs. Dodge the frontal so you don't take the bleed. And then we get our final pride here. So this final pride you wouldn't normally have at this moment in time, would you say, Femme? I think it was because we had that miss-pull in the second boss room.
Yeah, ideally you get this pride after the next room.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter because the next room is so quick anyways. But you'll
ideally
not.
For sure, you'll see that happen here. You'll see the pride goes down in relatively quick fashion, and then we have this pack here, which is 2 Huntmasters with the traps on the floor, and a bunch of Gargans, which is just tank damage. We deal with this room pretty quickly. Our DPS warrior takes all the aggro because he blade storms instantly, and deal with the pack.
Don't do that, by the way.
Very true. Yeah, where possible, you should probably give your tank a little bit of time to get some aggro. But, you know, if you're big and strong like me, then obviously you can do it. And besides, if you die, then you can laugh. It's all good. But as you can see, as Femme mentioned before, that pack is very quick. We finished that with still 30 seconds left on the Pride anyway. That's plenty of time coming into Carl. That's almost the entirety of Bloodlust. I think we're going to have like maybe 6-8 seconds of Bloodlust without Pride. That's not that bad, in all honesty. That would be absolutely fine. But moving into General Carl, Femme, do you want to run us through this one?
Sure. She has 3 mechanics, just like every other boss. She still has the Gloom Squall, which we have seen in the Gauntlet, so you should know how to deal with it. She teleports to one end of the platform, and then you have to go there. Well, you don't necessarily have to go there, but the way you deal with it is to go there and drop the shield so that your melee can still hit the boss, right? Technically, you could stack on the other side of the room, but that would only, you wouldn't be able to hit the boss at the same time unless you ranged. But either way, and then she has the Piercing Blur, which is the bleed that we've seen in the Gauntlet. However, now it specifically targets 2 players, and then she jumps to those players, or well, she glides over you can dodge them. If you're far away from Carl when she starts charging you, you can just walk and you will dodge the bleed. You can also immune them and stuff, obviously. You can also, if you time your jump perfectly, you can jump it, but that's just harder. Usually when you have Pride on this boss, it's very easy to just walk away from it. If you're moving when she hits you, you are usually fine. Because she targets your original position when she starts charging. So
Yeah.
And then there's the three, like, I think it's Piercing Blur. No, it's
That was Piercing Blur, yeah. Wicked Rush is the target ability.
Yeah, exactly. So Piercing Blur is these 3 lines that covers 1/3 of the platform each, and one detonates first, and then the second, and then the third. You just have to you watch where the first one is, and you don't go there, and then you instantly go there as soon as the first one detonates. It's that simple.
Yeah, exactly. It's you can see it on the screen just now. It's pretty well telegraphed. It didn't used to be so well telegraphed, if you remember. In beta, what ended up happening was it was just the beams that you could see. So you see how here, for example, you've got the whole red zone on the floor here. That never used to be there. All you'd be able to see was the beams as it appears on the other two, which did make it really difficult to accurately see exactly where it is. But luckily they changed that, and it's certainly a lot clearer to be able to see now. Obviously, as Femme mentioned, once you see where the first one is, you know where the first safe zone is going to be. So you can dodge the first one, get into that zone if possible, as quickly as you can, and you don't have to move from the other two. You've effectively dealt with the whole mechanic, basically 2 portions of the mechanic ahead of time, which is obviously a pretty good time saver, and it helps with keeping DPS quite high on the boss. When it comes to the Wicked Rush, I can't remember if you mentioned it at all. It can be immune, but you can also pop things such as Die by the Sword or Evasion, and they will also dodge or parry the bleed itself. You can just stand still, because Carl will never go behind you. Where she stops, it will be on top of you, but it's still counted as in front. So you'll be able to dodge or parry the bleed, and it's just helpful. The bleed, it does hit very hard, as was mentioned in the corridor. It's exactly the same ability, and considering that it can stack up to at least twice, then yeah, it can be a little bit rough sometimes, and it's certainly probably the hardest part of this fight, especially for the healer. It can get pretty rough sometimes, but dealing with all that appropriately, and Carl herself goes down at 50% because she disappears and goes on to wipe method 452 times in Castle Nathria, which was very fun. But that basically covers Sanguine Depths. Is there anything extra you guys want to talk about in terms of the dungeon as a whole? Because it is a very tricky dungeon itself. It's certainly my least favorite one, at least. But I don't know if there's anything extra that you guys want to talk about that we may have missed.
No, I don't think so.
No, you think that's it covered?
I think, yeah, but I just want to say I really like this dungeon, actually. It has a lot of tank and healing.
You would.
Stuff.
You would.
It's really difficult for the tank and healer.
Yep.
I do like the challenge.
Sure.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the more challenging dungeons, and if you are very in depth of knowing every dungeon, then that is the dungeon where you can show it off the most, without a doubt. There's a lot of knowledge about the dungeon in comparison to some of its counterparts being maybe Mist, where there isn't as much, as the mobs are pretty similar, right? Where Sanguine Depths gives you a big variety of mobs with a lot of abilities and a lot of ways to deal with them, and difficult bosses. So yeah, it's definitely one of the more difficult dungeons.
Something that's been said a few times, I don't know whether you'd agree with this or not, Femme, but it's probably one of the easier dungeons to do on Tyrannical in comparison to some of the others. Is that something you would necessarily agree on?
Probably not, because second and third boss are very difficult. And I mean, if you can get past those, then yeah, sure.
Brilliant. Okay, very good. Well, we're about to head into a very short break, give or take 6 minutes. However, we do have...
Before that...
Exactly, but before that...
Community!
Faithy, do you want to let us know? Tell me, what is the Method Community Team?
Have you heard of the Method Community? That is a dope place that
Tell
you
me
want
more.
to be if you are a new thriving streamer, or do you just want to be part of a family? If you want to be part of Method, then that is where you should go. Mythic community offers a lot for you. As a streamer, we will help you grow on your social platform. We do giveaways. We engage with all of our friends from the community. We try to host you, we try to rate you, and we try to do engaging content with everyone who's part of the community. Whilst being in the community, you have an opportunity of leveling up your rank in the community, which could give you additional added benefits for being part of it. So how cool is that? That is very, very cool. So therefore, I would definitely recommend joining the Mythic community. It is a lovely place. There's a lot of lovely people, and we'd love to work with you, and we'd love to see you in the future. It's a great, great place. Come hang out.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Faithy. Femme, you'll be doing that next week. All right, we're going to go for a very quick 6-minute break. I don't know how 6 minutes can be any quicker than that, but trust me, it will be. We'll be back in a moment. We'll be carrying on with The Other Side and Plaguefall. Be back in 6 minutes. We'll see you then. All right, and we are back. Hope everyone had a very good 6-minute break. Femme, how was your break?
Great.
Brilliant. Faithy, how was your break?
My break was great. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Did either of you get up to anything particularly fun?
I had a
thought-
walk on the beach.
Excellent. Good. Good to hear. That was
Yeah.
very, very nice, very healthy. What about you, Faithy?
I was so lucky that I was able to find and equip a new helmet.
Oh yeah.
So that's pretty sick, actually. Yeah, you might be able to see my transmog.
Thank you for trading this one to me. By the way, it was.
Yeah, of course.
I did need that. I am now full bis. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Hold on. I just need to. There we go. Perfect. Ideal. Right. So let me just take this off. That's really uncomfortable. It's because I got such a massive head. Let me just put that down there, nice and safe. All right. So, obviously, we've just had Mists of Turner Scythe, and we've had Sanguine Depths. We're now going to move into, controversially, my favorite dungeon, The Other Side. A lot of people don't understand why I like this dungeon, and trust me, I don't understand why I like it either. Right, so let me get this underway. Pull that back to the very beginning, and you know what, Femme, do you want to start us off on the very first pull? Because it can be a bit tricky sometimes.
Yeah, depending on the affixes, I think this will varies in success. But there are 3 types of mobs: the cultists, the bone soldiers, and the big boy, the warlord. And the warlord is usually the biggest problem because he hits hard and he gets angry at your tank and he slaps your tank.
Yeah.
And that guy it's soothable. You should soothe if you have a soothe. Hunters, druids, rogues, unless it's Dabadan.
Yeah.
And then they
don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah. There's the bone soldiers, which just melee. Basically, they do a frontal troll guard that actually knocks you. So don't stand near the edge of the platform if you're gonna get hit by it.
You've never died to that before, right?
No.
No.
I would never die to such a mistake. And then there's the most deadly mobs in this pack are the cultists. They're not very deadly to the tank. They just do they don't melee, by the way. So if you get aggro on these, don't run away in fear. They don't melee you. They just cast the scribe, which is interruptible, and also it doesn't do that much damage. But their most deadly ability is the Dark Lotus, also interruptible. Should interrupt if you can, but it's the flowers on the ground, the little half moon ish kind of thing that explodes after a while. If you can point it out, yeah. Perfect. That thing goes on the ground. It always goes near a player, so you will have to move a lot during these pulls. But as I said, it's interruptible, and if you don't interrupt it, move away from it. It does one-shot you, even one-shots me as a tank on hierarchies. So don't stand in it.
Luckily, it is quite well telegraphed, so it is fairly easy to move out of. But when you're considering that with the warlords, obviously you have the Ravage or the little placed mini blade storms that they do. When you're trying to avoid both of those at the same time, it can get a little bit hectic, and I can imagine it would be fairly overwhelming. Especially if you haven't done these dungeons very much. But moving on to the next pack, it's a little bit more of the same, really. There's not that much extra in this pack. The raptors themselves, you can see that Femme has a disease debuff, which is applied by the raptors and stacked up pretty quickly, and it does hurt quite a bit. I'll wind it back just to point out the Death Speaker as well. It's probably the main mob of this pack. And do the Shadowcore casts hit hard at all, Femme?
No, not really. But it is nice when people interrupt it. Like once it gets bolstered or on higher fortified keys, it does start chunking you. But in this key, for example, on me and my undergeared warrior, it does about 10% of my health.
Okay.
So it's just nice to have it interrupted.
Sure.
But it's not a necessity.
It does also have a Death's Embrace cast, which is just a buff onto a random mob that it's close by to. It'll basically just empower the mob. It's just extra damage, more or less. It's not a huge deal considering that it can be purged, dispelled, or even spell stolen by a mage. So you probably
It's
know.
a haste buff,
Okay,
so
so
it's actually good for your
it's
mage
actually
to
insanely
steal it.
good for mage. So if you do have a
Yeah.
mage in the group, or if you are the mage, then you probably do want to look to take that one. It's not absolutely vital to need kicking. You probably should focus on kicking the shadow cores more than anything else.
Yeah.
But again, there's no major issue in that pack. It's just all the Death Speaker. Make sure you can deal with that one properly. Moving on to this pack just below the stairs. The pack itself, 4 Raptors, so again, the disease debuff ramping up pretty quickly. Plus 1 Bone Soldier with the Troll Guard. An interesting thing about the Troll Guard is that it's not a targeted ability as such. It is actually a frontal, but it's a frontal in a really short range. So as a melee, you can be stood in front of the mob and take the Troll Guard, but it doesn't do damage to you, which is something that I found. I don't know if it does damage to you as the tank, Femme, but yeah. So if you're not the soldier's target, you won't take damage from it at all. It just won't hurt you at all. So it'll still give you a knockback. So if you're very unlucky, you can be knocked off the side. But it's something to watch out for just in case, but probably not that worth worrying about too much. Something to point out while we were fighting that pack, you saw us do the group here do quite a neat little skip past the Enraged Spirit. There's a reason why they're skipping the Enraged Spirit here. It is just for, again, it's for the sake of pride. It's just a way to get a much smoother pride. What will happen is the small pack of 4 Raptors and Bone Soldier down here, plus these 2 Warlords is enough to trigger the pride, I believe. Is that right, Femme?
Yeah.
And from there, what they would look to do normally is they would look to then come back up the stairs and play this Enraged Spirit with the Pride on the urn that's just off the side of the screen here. But that's not quite how it works out, so we'll just continue moving this forward just a touch. What you'll see Femme do here in particular while he's pulling this pack of 5, he does pull it away from the stairs just to make sure that he doesn't accidentally pull the Enraged Spirit from this side, which is perfectly successful. You know, they avoid it entirely. Its pathing range is not too deep. It'll probably come up to give or take around here on the screen. It's not it doesn't come that far. So as long as you're stood in the middle, then it's probably perfectly fine.
You can actually see it stopping there. So.
Yeah, exactly. You see it just stop, have a look at what's going on, realize it doesn't want any of Prop Femme or Necro Uwu, the well-feared protection warrior. And the group just moves on to the 2 Risen Warlords. Again, the same mob as the big mob at the very beginning of the dungeon. Hits the tank pretty hard, the Enrage. It's all good stuff. We've discussed that one already. So again, just more of the same on this one. Just quickly killing off this pack here, and we have the Pride. Would you say that it's absolutely vital to take this kind of a route, Femme, in terms of the Pride, or would you say that there is probably some kind of would you say that there's a form of iteration that you could do on it? Like, could you play the Enraged Spirit earlier, perhaps, and then use the Pride for something different?
You could, but like this Pride has either you kill the spirit that we skipped, and you'll get the Pride after the 5 small ones, and then you use the Pride to kill the 2 Warlords, or you do what we did: skip the spirit, kill the 2 Warlords, get the Pride, and then we intend to kill the spirit with the Pride. That's not what's gonna happen, but the reason you do this route is to get a 40% Pride on Hakar, and specifically on fortified keys or weeks. You can lust the first pull of the dungeon, and by the time you come to Hakar and kill the Pride, it will be 11 minutes into the key, and you can lust Hakar again. That is why you do this route.
Yeah.
Because if you go straight to Hakar, you will get Pride midway through that hallway, and you will not have Pride for Hakar, and Hakar is the most overtuned boss in the game, even after nerfs. So you do really want Pride for Hakar.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny to see just how early pathing decisions can make big impacts later on in the dungeon. It's when you are looking at making a route, if you want to look at starting to make routes, you can't just think each 20% in stages. You have to try and think how each 20% is going to affect, or each Pride spawn is going to affect the rest of the dungeon. It's this seasonal affix is honestly pretty good. I'm really enjoying it, not just for what it is, but just what it's done to potential pathing as well. About having to think quite a few steps ahead while actually making the routes. And no, it is really enjoyable. I really hope there's something similar coming in 9.1. Honestly, it's such a good seasonal affix as it is right now. But so as you can see on the screen right now, action is indeed coming. That enraged spirit from the other side, it gets aggroed by the fire elemental, and luckily the pride itself is basically dead, but this has forced the group to now play the enraged spirit early. Faithy, do you want to quickly take us through the enraged spirit and its mechanics there?
So the enraged spirit is actually one of the more what's called scary mobs in the other side. It has two main mechanics, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is quite scary. You have the mask, which are the one displayed on the screen right now, which spawn all around the spirit. And what you'll have to do is, preferably, you just stand with the spirit and you throw a stun or another kind of CC that is not an interrupt. You stun, fear, disorientate, etc., etc. And it will stop the cast and the masks will disappear. The second ability that the spirit has is the Rage, which is a very, very big AoE dealing ability, which basically just does an immense amount of damage, even on a 15 on your entire group. As you can see, the Rage being cast, and their HP are chunking quite significantly, and the priest pretty much almost dying. So the point about the spirits is that you would like to kill them before the second Rage, because if the second Rage go off, you won't have a defensive necessarily, and that could be very, very scary for your group. And that's why, as you can see here, they mentioned the ninja pulled that pride or the spirit there, so we're now skipping the spirit so we can play it later. And they'll play that on the urn, so you'll have more time to deal with it. As the one that they just killed, they killed with the pride buff, which made it super easy and quick to kill. And
Yeah,
that's basically the mechanics, right? Two mechanics on that.
Exactly. It's not a lot of mechanics, but the mechanics themselves, less so the masks, they're quite easy to deal with, but the rage, as Faithy mentioned, very dangerous in particular. You certainly don't want to get a second one off, and even the first one, it's very, very difficult to play through. You certainly need to be looking at using plenty of defensives on that one. But now we come up to the Hakar corridor. Again, the reason why that Enraged Spirit was skipped, as Faithy mentioned before, they were initially going to play that on the way back, but since they already played the Enraged Spirit from the other side, same mob, same amount of mob count, same amount of percentage, they can just skip it on the way back. It effectively counts as that Enraged Spirit that they've just skipped past that they would have normally played. But coming into the Hakar corridors, so immediately we have two different types of mobs here. The Priest is mostly inconsequential. It has a smite cast which is only directed at the tank. It really doesn't hit that hard, but it will spam cast it, and every so often it will try to heal a close by low health mob. The heal itself does maybe 20% of the mob's HP at a push. I don't think it's too much more than that. If absolutely needed, you can let it go through, and the reason why I say if absolutely needed, there is a mob later on that we will come to, which I will let Femme talk about in just a moment, the Hexer, which does need a lot of kicks and is very important to keep kicked, as it is quite a particularly deadly mob. But before we get to that, we also have the Devoted, and these only feature twice in the dungeon. The Devoted, they don't do anything at all apart from have a cast called Devoted Sacrifice that you see on the screen right now. If that cast completes, they become, I believe, Sons of Hakar, which have a cast which then starts doing group-wide damage, which no longer hits very hard. It used to do a lot. It doesn't do so much anymore, but I think, I do believe the Sons of Hakar also have slightly more HP than the Devoted mobs, so they are a little bit more annoying to take down. Also, once they die, they drop a massive pool on the floor, and that's just really annoying to play around in not the most narrow of corridors, but it will easily go from wall to wall across the floor, which is, you know, if you're able to not play them, you don't play them. How do you not play them? The Devoted Sacrifice, while it can't be kicked, it can be stunned, feared, incapacitated, disoriented, you name it, you can do it. Just make sure that the mobs stay stunned until they die. You'll see Femme in just a moment. I believe he will press his Shockwave ability. Oh, there's the cap totem. Wait for it. Come on, Femme, don't let me down.
On the first one.
Did you do it on the first one? I'm sure you didn't.
Oh,
there it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Femme. You didn't let me down. There's the Shockwave ability. Perfect. So yeah, as you can see, there was a Shockwave and a Dragon's Breath at the same time. Again, once the CC wears off, they immediately start trying to recast it. Cap Totem goes down, stuns it again, and on that very last one, Femme's on the ball with the Big Fear. So that's that pack dealt with perfectly fine. If you do have a melee in your group that does have some kind of CC, they can usually take care of a priest on their own. As long as they're only kicking the heal, the smites can go through. They don't hit the tank very hard. So, they can solo kick the heal. I do believe that they can't actually solo kick the heal, but if they have a CC like Hodge or Stormbolt or something like that, then they can obviously just extend the amount of time and get their kick back. They do have very little amounts of HP as well, so they'll die pretty quick. But the reason why that's important for solo kicking is the next mob that we move on to, which is the Hexer. And you know what, Femme, you can take us through both of these mobs here, the Hexer and the Deathwalker, once the Hexer comes in on the side of the screen there.
Yeah, so we have the priest again, which Dan has explained. We got the Deathwalker, which will do two things. They will Blade Storm, as well as do a nasty bleed on the tank. Something to note if you play with trees or cardboard assassin, things like that. If you use those, the Deathwalkers will put their bleed on the closest target rather than the trees, because you can't go on trees. So be careful as a melee whenever there's trees tanking the Deathwalkers. But yeah, the main mob here, it's going to be present in the next 3 packs, is the Hexer. It is basically, one Hexer is basically like a pack of mobs. That's how dangerous it hits super hard on the tank, like with melees. It has 3 different casts, one of which is a Hex, which will go on one of your friends unless you kick it. It also does a healing wave. Once it reaches 30% HP, it will start casting healing wave. Or if something else reaches 30% HP, it will also start casting healing wave on that. And that heal is actually super important, and you should always make sure that you save a kick for it, because it's a full heal rather than the priest just heals for like 20%. The Hexer full heals a mob. I actually think it's gonna go off in one of these packs, if I remember correctly. And also it has the big damage lightning discharge, which is basically a chain lightning. It targets one player, that player gets a circle around them. If you get hit by yourself, it doesn't really do much damage, but it bounces and increases damage with each bounce. So if you stand next to someone, at 2 bounces, I think it almost one-shots. So, and something important to note is that it does bounce off of pets. So if you're a demo warlock, for example, you'll pretty much die if this goes through, because it bounces off of your imp army and then back to you, and you die. So and mirror images are the same on mage. Things like that is something to pay attention to.
Yeah.
But basically, just kick it. Is the play. But always make sure you save a kick for a healing wave. That's the most important part of this.
Certainly, that's why it's certainly less important to kick the priests. You know, that they are mostly inconsequential. Heals can go through, and depending on what it heals, obviously it can be a bit of a problem. If it's healing about 20% of the Hexer's HP, then that is going to suck a little bit, because it is a very, very high HP mob. But it's still not as bad as if a healing wave went through from the Hexer, full healing any mob. You know, it's a very, very big health difference. So I've got it paused here just to point out our very first urn of the dungeon, which is the other side's Covenant-related ability. So the urns, they can be activated by any member of the Night Fae Covenant, and when clicked on, they have a very short interaction time, after which it will explode in a radius, which is indicated by a blue ring around the urn itself. Any mobs inside of that ring will then be stunned for 10 seconds. I cannot remember if they take more damage in this stun. I don't believe they do. It is just a stun so that they can't basically do anything at all, as you will see in just a moment. So we'll just move on with this one. You see the Hexer being taken down, and let's quickly forward. And so the normal play with this pack at the end of the corridor here, you now have one mob of almost each type in this corridor apart from a Devoted. There's 2 Deathwalkers, a Priest, and a Hexer. You can see that the urn has been activated. You can see that by the little stun duration timer that Femme's got on the screen just above the mob's nameplate. And as you can see from here, they literally just do nothing. They just become fodder for 10 seconds. You do have to pull this pack back if you want to be able to use this urn on them. It won't reach the very end of the corridor itself. But absolutely worth using. This is probably the only pack that it's worth using on in this whole corridor. Normally, the Hexers are immune to CC. They're certainly immune to any CC by any player, but they can be CC'd, as you saw just before, by the urns themselves. Urns OP, basically, is the moral of that story. So once this pack's gone down again with the pathing in general, you now see that we have the Pride right before Hakar. And Prides we've been through, all good. We know how those work. But before we move on to Hakar, Femme, do you want to quickly explain some of the abilities of Hakar just before we get into the room? Because there are quite a few.
Well, the most important thing with Hakar is the blood barrier. Every now and then, I think it's every 25 seconds, Hakar casts blood barrier, which is an absorb shield, and the amount of the absorb is based on how much damage any other unit than Hakar takes. That includes the Sons of Hakar that are present in the boss fight and your whole party. So basically, if you take 10,000 damage, then the shield will get X amount of absorb, and it also goes on the Sons of Hakar. The Sons of Hakar spawn every 20% of Hakar's health, so 80, 60, 40, and 20. That is why this fight is generally harder the longer it goes on, because if Hakar sits on low health, he will just get blood barrier after blood barrier before you are able to break the next one. He will already cast the next one, because the blood barrier goes on cooldown when he uses it, not when you break it. That would be a good way of fixing the fight, Blizzard. But yeah, he also has a tank buster ability called Piercing Barb, which is a physical as well as a magic big hit. You can see me reflecting the magic part of it and checking if reflect does damage. It does not. Then when each time the Sons of Hakar die, they drop a pool, and when that pool is fully absorbed back into the Son of Hakar, they respawn at full health. That's why this fight is so difficult. And while the blood barrier or blood barrage is going on, you can see the little red swirlies. You can see it on the left of the party frames. Those spawn under people. And then there's the corrupted blood, which is a debuff on 2 people. That is basically, that's the circle around people. If you step into the circle, as the damage ticks from it, it will spread. So that's why you generally want to stay spread at least a bit, so you can react to the circles. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So you can see from the size of the shield at the moment, this is the second blood barrier that Hakar got off in the fight. But again, as Femme mentioned, because the boss is so low, it's at the threshold where all of the Sons of Hakar have now spawned. So the blood barrier itself is doing damage to more targets, which means that the barrier is obviously getting stronger. I believe, did you talk about immunities obviously completely negating?
Yeah, as blood barrier is based on the damage you take. If you press an immunity, take no damage, therefore making the shield smaller.
Exactly.
So you should press them on this fight.
There's obviously no need to press them at the very beginning of the fight, because that shield is always going to be really small, as there aren't many Sons of Hakar, maybe 2 at most, if your DPS is particularly good. Obviously, you can see the group didn't have Bloodlust for this one because it was used on the very first pull, and there wasn't enough time in between pulling all the packs. Even with the miss pull, which just shows how much damage this group had in particular, it was pretty good. But yeah, if you are going to use immunities or even defensives or group-wide defensive damage reduction cooldowns, best used on as late a blood barrier as possible. Simply for just being able to make the final part of the fight a bit easier, because I've certainly been in a case where 1 DPS has died on a late blood barrier, and the moment that barrier is broken, the timer for the next one has been there, and it's just basically refreshed the shield. And it's very frustrating, and most likely causes a wipe, as the Sons of Hakar do pretty lethal damage on this fight as well if they're up for too long.
Yeah.
Faithy, is there anything
But
you want
as
to
you
add to
can
this spot?
see,
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
you can see on the party frames, like to the left of my party frames, I track all the cooldowns, right?
Yeah.
You can see the Shaman has Astral Shift, the Warlock has Unending Resolve, the
Yep.
Mage has blocked. Like all of those should have been pressed on this to reduce the shield size.
Yeah.
But they weren't. But yeah.
Do you know if
That would have helped.
absorb damage counts into the shield, or does it have to be actual HP damage?
I think it has to be actual HP.
Okay, so your absorbs will be fine to negate some of it as well, just in case. Okay, that's good. Faithy, was there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's pretty important to mention, you did highlight very quickly, that if you want to kill this boss the easiest way, that is having a lot of damage in the last part of the fight. So as Dan said, having lost, if you're a class with a very, very big offensive cooldown, such as DK, you would like to save that cooldown for later and drop it into the boss when it is lower HP, because the fight becomes harder and harder. And in the start, you have Prideful, so the boss will go low very quickly. So if you drop everything into that Prideful buff, you will suffer the consequences of making a very, very tough and difficult boss. So definitely, if you have very, very long cooldowns, do save them and do use them a little bit later into the fight, as it will make it way, way easier than if the entire group just dropped it into the boss with Prideful.
Yeah. Brilliant. Thanks. Yeah, as Femme just very nicely pointed out on his on the VOD there, Warrior specifically, Shattering Throw, it does increase damage to absorbs. Again, best used on one of the later shields. I know I do that. Faithy will also do that when he's on his Warrior in this dungeon as well. It's a lot of damage in one global. That's just a nice little Warrior specific thing. But yeah, so that boss is, would you say that's probably the second hardest boss in here behind Dealer, maybe?
I would say it's the hardest boss in the
I would
entire...
say
hardest one?
It's the hardest boss of all bosses and Mythic boss,
Sure.
Yeah.
It is a very difficult boss. It's certainly a big boost. This is why you plan the route around having Pride for Hakar in particular, and certainly why you look to try and have Lust on that fight as well, just to make the whole thing substantially easier. But now we're coming up to the Enraged Spirit again, which we have already talked about, but we're coming across the urn with it as well. There is a very, very specific timing that you can use to make this a lot easier. It wasn't used in this run, which is unfortunate, but that's absolutely fine. So we know how the urns work. They stun the mobs if they are inside the radius of the urn itself. But what you can do in particular with this mob is the Enraged Masks cast. It gives a buff to the mob itself, and the masks will continue to spawn until the buff wears off. But if you start clicking the urn, which you can see on the very left of the screen here, if you click the urn, the very second that that buff wears off, only one tick of rage will go through, meaning that no one has to use any defensives, your healer doesn't have to worry about doing too much healing, and the mob itself will go down relatively easily. There'll be no major amounts of damage going into the group at that point, but because you have the urn, even if you don't get that timing just right, as long as you're clicking it as the rage cast starts, you'll probably get 2, maybe 3 ticks of the rage off at most, which is certainly well within the realm of being healable without any cooldowns, and that Enraged Spirit in particular is pretty easy. Given that you're normally, or given that in this route that Femme's doing here, you would normally have Prideful for that Enraged Spirit as well, it would have died even faster. But, you know, again, in the case that something gets messed up, then it's good to know how to click that urn at a pretty good timing to make the whole pull a little bit easier. So now we're moving on to the Mechagon area, and Faithy, do you want to take us through up to the gauntlet with the mobs that we're going to see here?
Sure. So first of all, we have the most fun mob in the other side, which is the drill. And what the drill does is that every so often, pretty often actually, it will cast an ability called Haywire. And while Haywire is being channeled, it will deal an immense amount of damage, and you'll have to line it. You have to line aside the ability, or you will die pretty much. Even very big defensives is not going to be enough, even in a 15. You will die. So as it casts Haywire, get behind a corner, or you will die. As you can see, the mage going down, losing his cheat death to stay out for a little bit. So basically, that's all of the mechanics it has. Just get behind the line. And then secondly, we have some of the more nasty mobs, specifically the Hound, which has Metallic Jaws, which deals a good amount of tank damage. And then the Woof. And the Woof is a targeted ability that will hit one of your DPSs with a stun. and it is an AoE circle, meaning that if anyone else gets hit in the circle, they'll be stunned and take damage as well. And next to the dogs, there is the spinny mobs, which are called clients. And clients has two abilities, one being an interruptible ability called Discharge, and another one being a Bladestorm. And the Bladestorm ability does a lot of damage. So what you'd want to do is that you'd want to be on the opposite side of the mobs, as they always go backwards, if I remember correctly, when they hit the Bladestorm. So you want to be in front of them, right? And what that Bladestorm does is just does a lot of damage, basically. And they get an enrage, which makes them do more damage. So get out of that. Don't get hit by that Bladestorm. If necessary, go out of melee. It's very, very scary. You don't want to stand in. It deals very big damage. I do believe you can stun it, though.
You can stun it.
If you have stuns, you can just totally negate the mechanic. If you have AoE stuns, and just stun that.
The Bladestorm itself does damage instantly when the channel begins after the initial cast ends. So as Faithy said, moving out of melee is probably the best chance of surviving that as a melee. It's not vital to be stood right on top of the mobs at that moment. It's far better that you survive, because if you take all three of those, like 4, if you pull it in the way that Femme did just now, if you pull all 4 of those and you take all 4 Bladestorms at once, even one tick, it's more than likely going to kill you. It's certainly going to drop you very low and cause a pretty severe panic moment. You can split that pull up. So as we came into this room, what you'll notice, let me just go for the driller dying. So you can see the driller goes down here. But what you can do is if you play it a little bit, more patient than Femme did here, but he's always on the move, what will happen is the dog, appropriately named 4RF-4RF or ARF, the dog itself will actually move into the middle of the room. That way you can play just the dog and this one headless client if you're not confident in playing all 4 headless clients plus the dog. It is quite a bit of extra damage on the tank specifically, as well as mostly due to the casts that are going onto the tank. They don't do a lot of damage on their own. When there's 4 of them constantly going into you, then it begins to add up pretty quick, as well as the metallic jaws from the dog itself, as has already been explained. But again, if you're not confident, take your time with it. You won't lose out on much. You know, it's far better that you execute a pull successfully than try and pull too much and end up with a full team wipe because just because you were trying to be a bit overzealous. But you know, there's no issue with that here. You can see that everything goes down appropriately quickly. Something to mention about the headless clients, the casts do go on the closest target outside of a certain range. So your tank doesn't have to be right next to the mobs to actually take the casts. But if they start kiting back to try and avoid taking more metallic jaws from the dog, the headless clients themselves will begin to cast Discharge on the next closest player within a certain range. I don't know what that range is, but if your tank starts kiting, basically either try and be away from the mobs or have a kick, stun. I believe it's only stuns that work on those headless clients, right? There's nothing else that works.
You can interrupt.
Yeah,
they're
other than
mechanical,
interrupts.
so.
Yeah. So there's no fears that would work on them. There's no disorients or blinds or anything like that. So, it's just a case of just try and have an interrupt or a stun ready for them if your tank has to kite. Otherwise, you know, you as melee are going to start taking the casts, and that really won't end well for anyone involved. Moving a little bit further through the side here, there's not a lot extra to talk about, at least in the very next area. I can't remember if you pull a lubricator with this or not, Femme. I believe you do. Is that correct?
No, we don't.
Not with this one. You did it afterwards, right? And you
No.
pulled 2 together.
Yeah.
That's fine. So this is just the drill again, as has already been explained by Faithy. Again, just the haywire. We know how this works. It doesn't even hit the tank particularly hard, as far as I'm aware. There's no particular tank ability. It's just a scary looking mob with an AoE ability which does hit pretty hard, but we'll just let this one run through before going into the next area. Now, I will pause at a very specific moment in the next area, and I will explain why I do it in a moment once we get to that point. I don't want to skip it just because it would be... I don't want to skip too far ahead, basically. We'll just let it move on its own. Perfect. So, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to stop here and I'm going to point out the mage that just blinked forward, and I'm going to explain why he's done it for those of you that don't know. So, a lot of you have seen this gauntlet area already, I'm sure. If you've done it in any kind of difficulty, this gauntlet area is here with all the slimes. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that has died to the slimes. I'm pretty sure we all have, even amongst the three of us, I'm sure. Well, Femme maybe not as a tank, unless someone trolled him, but Faithy, I'm sure you've taken a death or two to these ones.
Yeah, definitely.
But the reason why I highlighted the mage here is that if you're not aware of it, there is a button just off to the left of this little entryway here. It's literally just in the corner, immediately to the left of the small tunnel. And that button can be interacted with by anyone who has even level 1 Shadowlands Engineering. This is why I believe all three of us would highly suggest that if you're going to do M+ as anything serious, pick up Engineering. For sure, it is really good. Between having a invisibility enchant that you can put on your belt on a 2-minute cooldown, even if it can backfire, the ability to be able to press this button is just a nice bonus. They're having a combat res as well, in case you're playing in a group that lacks one. Really solid to use. But interacting with that button will cause all of these slimes in this area to stop spawning, and the ones that are already there will just disappear. They will be killed off, and they won't come back for about a minute, maybe more. And it means that you can just run through this whole gauntlet area without any issue whatsoever. There's no risk of death, nothing like that at all. And as you see the mage disappear around the corner, he comes back after clicking the button. You can see all the slimes dying right now. You can see a few of them are dead here. These ones are just about to blow up. And we've now got the next pull. I believe the mage did also accidentally pull the lubricator. I don't think you did that, Femme, if I'm not mistaken.
It was not me.
Yeah, okay. So probably not the best thing to do. These lubricators are pretty nasty. We'll go into those in a moment. Really quickly before we do, you have these little bombs here with the volatile capacitor cast. They don't melee, they don't do anything, they just explode. You can see the little timer on their heads just here. Once that timer gets to completion, they explode. They probably insta-kill you if you're in that explosion. It's a lot of damage, just don't stand in them. You can see that the mage has rooted them with the Frost Nova, just to be able to handle that without any issue at all. Lubricator mobs. Femme, you want to take us through these ones? They're pretty annoying.
Yeah, they're annoying. They chain cast lubricate. If you don't kick that, you get it does a lot of damage, first of all, but you also get a debuff that it reduces your hit chance, I believe, by 20%, but it might be 50.
It might be 50. I think it's 50.
It's not 50. No, it's not.
No? Okay.
Well,
no, it's not.
It reduces your hit chance. And so you want to kick that as much as possible. However, once they reach 50% health, just like the bow breakers in Mist, they trigger their special heal cast self-cleaning cycle, which is it ticks every 1 second. It heals for 10%. So that is the most important one to interrupt. You can live lubricates going through up to like 19 probably. So you can just make sure you have a e-kick for self-cleaning cycle.
Yeah.
And as I said, it triggers on 50% HP. It can obviously be stunned as well. Just make sure you get the heal. That's the most important part.
And I believe it doesn't recast on stun either, right?
It's if you get it in the cast, it recasts. If you get it in the channel, it does not recast.
Okay, not a problem. Cool. So again, yeah, those lubricators, they can be pretty annoying. Just make sure you kick them, really, as much as possible. Lubricates going through, not deadly, but it's fine. And now we move on to the oils. Did we ever find out what these ones were actually called?
Spare oil, right?
Spare oil.
Yeah, spare oil.
I think that was at least my...
And since these are the one mobs that Faithy knows the name of, Faithy, do you want to tell us about these mobs a bit?
Another fun mob. Nah, they basically just have one cast that they'll spam cast forever. And it's a cast that can actually do quite a lot of damage if you're unlucky and getting focused by multiple of them, which is essential oil. So what you'd like to do here is that you want to interrupt, would be calling out who interrupts what preferably, or having one you control yourself. And what you'd like to do is stun them, interrupt them, and just keep them from casting as much as possible, as they can prove to be a very, very deadly mob. Also, using 1 cooldown or 2 here is pretty good, as you'd like to get them out of the way ASAP. As you'll have a pride spawning right after, you'll have some time to get your cooldowns back for the next, which, depending on your class, you'd like to offset anyways. So if you're a class with like 3-minute cooldowns, etc., then definitely do feel free to use them right here. That is a good point.
Yeah.
Also, while we watch this Pride
Mhm.
die, because we know what Pride does at
Yeah.
this point, remove the X. It is 20%. That's a
It
check
is
mark.
20%. Okay, no,
Yeah.
that is a check mark. You're absolutely right. Let's
Thank
get
you.
another check
Wait,
mark
wait,
for
wait, wait,
Femme.
No,
Hold on.
no. He said
Yeah.
50% there.
No, he said
I
20
said
initially.
20 or
he
50.
did say 20 initially.
Yeah.
He hedged his
yeah.
bet. If it had been 50, I wouldn't have
Exactly.
given it to him. But
Yeah.
if it had been
Okay,
50, I
fair,
would
yeah.
have given it to me. There you go. You got 3 check
Yeah.
marks now, Femme. There you go.
Thank
Brilliant.
you.
You're on a roll, man.
Yep.
Yeah, so again, we know what Pride does, so we don't need to talk too much about this. The next area is just this little pipe here. If you're very astute and you are looking at it while fighting the Pride, then you can see when it's just finished and you can just run straight across, but don't take the risk if you're not too sure. As Femme just highlighted there, you can indeed leap over it with things like Heroic Leap or Infernal Strike from a Vengeance Demon Hunter, any kind of ability like that. I believe Grappling Hook would work the same way for Outlaw Rogue, so you can obviously just skip straight through that area without running the risk of being knocked off and looking like a complete clown. So this next
You can
boss,
also use Door of Shadow.
you can use Door of Shadows as well. That's true. For all you wonderful Venthia players who are probably only really Holy Paladins, and maybe the odd warrior here and there, and possibly a priest. But now this next boss, probably the easiest boss in the dungeon, I would have thought, purely because there's
but also really hard.
But also really hard at the same time. That's going to be a common theme in this dungeon. I think the other side has probably the hardest bosses collectively of any dungeon in the game right now. But I'll take you quickly through this one then. So the boss is split into 2 different bosses. They are the Mana Storms. You have Millhouse Mana Storm, who you always fight first. I don't believe there's a way to force Millie Mana Storm first. No. If you could, that would be insane. Please, but you can't at the moment, so that's not so important. Millhouse Mana Storm has a couple of abilities of his own. You can see him casting one now, which is Summon Power Crystal. The Power Crystal you will see go down on the floor in a moment. It's just a purple crystal that will attempt to channel a beam from itself to Millhouse. You can stand in the way of that beam. If the beam does reach Millhouse, then he starts channeling, or he starts casting or pulsing AoE damage across the entire group. Not that deadly if 1 or 2 ticks go through. If more than that go through, then you're going to be in a bit of trouble. What you can do as a player is you can stand in the beam. It increases the damage that you deal by a percentage per stack, and it does stack pretty quickly. However, it also does damage over time, which also increases with the stacks. So it's a bit of a risk-reward type thing with those. The crystals are spawned pretty aggressively. I think at any one time you can have 2, almost 3 up at the same time. I believe it only ever gets to 2 at once. But something to highlight here is that, and again, any kind of immunity you can force to drop the stacks a little bit earlier. Again, something like a Spell Reflect, if you're stood in it, it will stop you from gaining any more stacks. You will keep interrupting the beam as long as you are in between Millhouse and the crystal, and you'll just stop your stacks from going up any higher. So it's a good way to soft reset your own stacks. There's also a tank ability, which is just a Frostbolt cast. Just set up a kick rotation within the group. Not too much of a big deal. Can also be reflected by a prop warrior, which you may happen to see more of as we go further and closer towards 9.1. And the last ability that I want to talk about, which is the more important one, it is a massive laser beam, which is targeted on 2 players at the same time, which will be indicated by 2 arrows above their head. We'll just keep this moving on. We'll get to see that in a second.
Something to note as well is that it's cast by Maleficent.
Yeah.
And also in the next phase, Millhouse will be the one stunning the other boss.
Yeah, exactly. So while you're fighting one boss, the other boss will continue to perform abilities on you throughout the phase itself. So off screen, which you can't see right now, Maleficent is obviously doing the laser on the 2 players on either side of Millhouse, as well as throwing out a saw blade, which just puts a dot on a random player. It doesn't do too much damage. So the laser is quite important to get right. The laser itself, this is perfectly positioned as you see right now. 1 player on either side of Millhouse, and the idea is when the laser itself goes off, you want to have the laser cross over the boss. It forms in an N or Z type shape, depending on how you look at it. And if the boss is inside that, he will be stunned. I don't believe he takes damage from it. It is just the stun. but it's important for one particular cast, which you'll see in a moment. Again, same thing, if you as a player are stood in that beam at all once it erupts, like now, then you will, then you'll also be stunned, and you'll actually take quite a bit of damage from that as well. So the reason why you need it is this cast right here, the Diabolical Doom, as it's called. This cannot be interrupted by any means other than this stun. This is why it's important. If this cast goes off and starts to channel for a long time, it's a lot of group damage, which will kill you very quickly. It's pretty rough. So you want to make sure that you land that first laser stun and get that one sorted properly. After a certain amount of time, I don't know what the time is. I believe it's a minute.
It's after the Doom.
Yeah, it's immediately after the Doom. So once the Doom cast is interrupted or expires, then Millhouse jumps back up to the top and Maleficent comes down. And there's a few different abilities to go on with here. While he's upstairs, Millhouse will be channeling Frostbolts down onto the group. You can see that just based on the cast bar just here. You can see he's putting a Shadow Fury on right now, which I'll explain in a moment. But you can see the Frostbolts that he's spamming just on random members of the group. Maleficent's abilities are very, very deadly to the tank. The Buzzsaw that she does applies a stacking dot, which hits very, very hard. It hits really hard. I believe it now resets naturally. Is that right, Femme? You don't need to stun anymore?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Definitely helps.
But it definitely helps, absolutely, because it puts a longer time in between each new stack or set of stacks of the Buzzsaw ability itself. Also, while this is going on, she will summon a experimental squirrel, which is a interactable bomb which will just head off towards the side of a room. The idea is you want to click that and get rid of it before the timer expires, which you can see on the top. You see Femme clicking it right now. Again, timer goes off, it explodes, does a pretty large amount of damage. While this fight's going on, you saw the Shadow Fury cast before, which we'll see in just a second. The Shadow Fury is exactly as you would expect it to be. It's a bit like the Warlock ability, but it's targeted on a player. It's indicated by a blue arrow on the player's head, which you can see right now, as well as a purple ring around them as well. The ring shows where people will be stunned if they stand, so it's pretty easy to be able to get away from that player. But, much like the laser on the first phase of this fight, the stun also affects Maleficent. So what happens is, as you can see right now, the players will want to move towards the boss so that the ring is just overlapping the boss but not overlapping the tank, and that way you'll be able to stun Maleficent, give your tank a little bit of breathing space, make things a little bit easier. What it's really used for is this, the aerial robotic chicken, or the aerial rocket chicken, I should say. This is a bit like Diabolical Doom. It's effectively the same thing. It's just a lot of raid damage on a channel. So you can see what's happening here. The player with the... Just go to it again a second. So the player with the Shadow Fury in question, once she starts this, will move towards Maleficent as she's about to start channeling the Rocket Chicken, so that it interrupts immediately. There will be 1 or 2 ticks of the AoE damage at max. It won't be enough to kill anyone as long as everyone's relatively healthy. And the boss itself is just rinse repeat after that. Yeah, there's not a whole lot else to the boss in particular. Once that, again, aerial rocket chicken gets interrupted, she goes back up, Millhouse comes back down, and both of the bosses are defeated at 10% HP. You don't kill them, they just surrender and run away. Once one boss goes down, the last one comes down again, and you want to be able to kill them off pretty quickly on the second round of their abilities. This is why Faithy mentioned before when you were fighting the slimes or the oils that you don't want to use any big cooldowns immediately. You want to save big cooldowns, or at least on the fight. You want to save big cooldowns for Maleficent, purely because if you're killing or if you're defeating Millhouse too early, he won't continue to use his abilities throughout the rest of the fight, which means you're going to have to face the aerial rocket chicken for almost its entire duration, which will almost definitely cause a wipe. So if you do get to this boss and you do have cooldowns ready, don't pop all your cooldowns on pull unless it's something like combustion or recklessness, something very small that you will have going into the second phase. You just want to make sure that Millhouse doesn't get defeated immediately. That is very important, especially as you get up towards 15s and beyond if you're looking at pushing. So moving on from the Mana Storms, we go back into the main area. This dungeon is notorious for backtracking, which is why a lot of people don't like it, but it doesn't bother me in the slightest, which is why I do like it. And now we're coming up to... Now we're coming up to the next pack, which is more of the same as the previous pack before going into the Mana Storms area and all around the else, everywhere else in the room. More Death Speaker, more Cultists, another Bone Soldier, another Raptor. This time it's a little bit easier because you have the urn in the corner, so you can see Femme gathering everything up, bringing it into the corner, have someone click on the urn, stun everything for 10 seconds, AoE it down and make sure that it all dies in plenty of good time. So nothing too tricky about this pack here. I wouldn't have said. It's more of the same. Make sure that the Death Speaker stays kicked and just kill off the pack as quickly as possible. The Ardenweald area, which we will be getting to in just a moment. Faithy, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, sure. The Otherworld zone is pretty much what most people like about the other side, probably, because it is the one place in the other side where you can pull big. And who doesn't like pulling big and seeing big numbers, right?
Me, I'm a Fury Warrior.
Yeah, but yeah. But yeah, basically, Otherworld has a lot of mobs, but a lot of the mobs are pretty similar, and they are very, very easy to deal with. There's very few.
Yeah.
Yeah. But before we get into the Underworld zone, there's of course the Gauntlet, right? Which is just dodge basic. So I think everyone knows this. I think everyone has died to this, except if you're tanking, you don't die to this. But it's basically more of a don't be greedy. Just wait it out. See them. Don't start walking before the effects has landed before you, unless you have a lot of movability, such as Night Fate Covenant or Dwarf Shadows, Leap, Blinks, etc., etc. Then do just wait it out. It is a stupid place to have deaths. So yeah, just play it safe. You have a lot of time. So the first few mobs that you have is Shimmer Moth, then you have Elder Horns and Stack Horns, and then you have the Stealth mobs, which is the Spriggans. And honestly, all of these mobs are super, super easy. The Shimmer Moth will give you a debuff that requires you to jump. If you get 10 stacks, you will sleep for a very, very long time, and that is not very ideal. You can dispel it, but it's easier to just jump and not fall asleep. Outside that, you have the Spriggans, which has an interrupt, which is a shield that you can take. It is nice to take, but it's not something that is going to be having a big effect on you if your group doesn't interrupt it. Lastly, you have a few birds in this zone. You have the Hatchling, which is probably the most annoying mobs in all of Ardenworld and the scariest one, but at the same time, also one of the easiest. What it does is that it will almost immediately start channeling a cast. As if it finishes, it will pull every single mob in its area, and that's a lot of mobs. It will pull pretty much like half of Ardenworld onto you, and it almost certainly is a wipe. So you prefer dodging all of the hatchlings. You don't want any hatchlings. You're gonna get one hatchling later on, but what you'll do is that you'll just CC it and deal with it, as it has very, very low HP, as mentioned, which is why it's super easy. Very, very low HP, but you cannot let the cast go through, or you basically doomed. Secondly, you have the Blade Beaks, which is the more normal birds in the zone. What they do is that they have an ability on the tank called, what's it called, Femme? Something with beak? Which
Yeah,
is
it's something beaky.
yeah, so which is basically a stacking buff that every time they do it, it'll do more and more damage. And obviously, normally you do pull quite a lot of beaks at the same time, as Ardenworld in general is pretty easy to deal with. The mobs doesn't have a lot of HP and does hit them very hard. However, as a tank, you gotta respect it when the stacks go high. It does do a lot of damage, and it can be very, very fatal if you go very, very high in stacks. So do remember to pull with moderation, pull so you won't get an immense amount of stacks if your group doesn't have cooldowns, etc., etc. But outside of that, the Ardenworld zone is pretty easy. There is a mini boss, which is a Matriarch, a dragon, which has some annoying abilities, but you primarily just try to dodge it, as it's not really worth the count and the time, as it has a lot of HP and it hurts and has some annoying mechanics. So primarily, you will just deal with stags, birds, and Spriggan. That is on Shimmer Moth. And in Ardenworld, you also have an urn, which can be very, very good, especially in Ardenworld, because you do have a lot of mobs in Ardenworld. So as you can see, we talked about the Blade Beaks. Femme is getting a lot of Blade Beaks over, and a Stealth Spriggan pack over to this urn, which is hiding behind this pillar. And what it'll do is that we'll stack all of it, and you'll just burst it down in very big damage. It is important, as mentioned, with these Blade Beaks, that you do have damage to deal with them quickly, or it'll be too deadly for the tank to handle. So if you do big pulls with birds, make sure that they die, or your tank is gonna take a lot of damage. Outside of that, I'm not too sure what to say about Neon Wilson. It's pretty chill. Like, it is probably the easiest of all the zones. There's not a lot of mechanics going on. There's a lot of mobs, but all of the mobs are pretty easy. They're pretty straightforward. You do pull pretty big in Outerworld. It's infamous for that. It's one of the places in Shadowlands where you can pull very big, which is obviously nice for a lot of people. A lot of people like seeing a lot of mobs. Reminds you of Legion, where we could pull pretty much the entire dungeon. So as you can see here, you have like a short pull, and next is the one hatchling that I talked about. And the hatchling is a mob that's very important to get interrupted as it's cast. It is primarily just because of the big bird, which is called a matriarch, which has some nasty abilities, has a lot of HP, and hits very hard. So you just want to not get that pull. That is the whole idea of not pulling small birds, and that's why you stop them and CC them, etc., while you go through this area. Well, you only do pull one, but yeah, want to stop that one.
Yep, we'll see that in just a moment. I believe it's Femme even that actually CCs it, but the moment it gets even remotely close to melee range, you can see the cast going off. And just a quick fear, they have no HP. They have absolutely no HP, so they will be destroyed very quickly, but you will probably need to CC them at least once with some kind of stun, fear, anything like that will work. Just anything to stop it from getting out the cry and pulling even more birds on top of you, which can cause quite a few issues. Something that we will see as part of this route specifically is once all the mobs have been dealt with on this path right here, is that there are 3 sneaky stealth mobs just off down to the left a little bit further down the path. We'll see those in just a second. So routes can go one of 2 ways. Either you can have a route that will proc Pride with this in mind, or you can have a route that will obviously proc it not with it in mind. These 3 little mobs right here. If you are on a route where you're not going to be playing these on purpose, whole idea would be try not to stand even remotely close to this little archway here, as the aggro radius on these 3 is actually quite big. They might spawn, or they might stand like around here, a little bit further down the path, but you can pull them by standing even remotely close to that archway. I've seen it happen multiple times, and while they're not the most annoying mobs in the world to deal with, and they are pretty easy, it's just completely unnecessary. It's just a big waste of time, more or less. There's absolutely no need that you would have to play those if you can avoid it. So unless they are, planned in the route itself, so that's fine. These 3 mobs will get killed off, we'll have the Pride, and then we'll move on to Dealer Zyxa. Another pretty tricky boss, in all honesty, but Femme, do you want to quickly run us through just a few of the abilities on the next boss?
Sure. It has, I think, 4 mechanics. All of them revolve around, well, not all of them actually, but most of them revolve around the y-axis, aka going up in the air. She drops these traps that once you enter them will knock you high up in the air, and you basically use those traps to counter the other mechanics in the fight. That's the traps dropping now. The first thing you're gonna see is a bomb on one player. The way to deal with that is that when it detonates, you can see the big timer. When it detonates, you need to not be on the same y-axis as the others, because it puts a nasty debuff on the people that are on the same level as the bomb person. So basically, by going up in the air, you make sure the debuff only goes on the bomb player. And then you also see the big cast there, Explosive Contrivance, which is basically the bomb but reversed. It's like the boss has the bomb, basically. Everyone needs to go up in the air to counter that. Unless you're a warrior, you can reflect it. Then you have the most important mechanic, which is the Arc Lightning. As you can see on the screen right now, I have 12 debuffs of something. That's the Arc Lightning. It bounces. It's a 8-second dot on one player that the boss puts out. And once it expires, it jumps to the nearest target. So basically, the reason most people wipe on this boss is because they let the arc lightning bounce between two people, and then those two people die. The way to deal with it is basically to take a few stacks. Like you can take it as a tank, up to like, I don't know, 16 stacks probably, and then but you wanna like hand it over to different people. Like you take one with the rogue, then you give it to the mage, and then it comes back to melee. If you rotate it between 3 people, you will take as little damage as possible from the mechanic. So that's the ideal way of dealing with it.
And you may have mentioned already, and I missed it, but the stacks themselves, it is a general arcane damage taken increase, which means that if you end up getting the bomb with a lot of stacks, it's going to hit incredibly hard, because you still take the damage from the bomb when it's on you, even if you're up in the air and no one else is taking it. Something else that I want to mention really quickly, I'll just wind that back just a second, is there is a way for range players to be able to effectively cheese this fight, in a sense. You can see the drained soul from the warlock just coming off to the side here, and you'll see it's going up basically onto the ledge where where the groups just jumped down from to actually engage the boss. A range player can stand up there, and because, as Femme mentioned, all of the boss's abilities operate on a y-axis, or a y-x-axis type deal. If the warlock or if a range player is stood up there, they never have to move from any of these abilities. The bombs will never hit them, as they are high enough in the air that they just won't take the ability. That could be fixed at some point in the future, and I think might well be, but as of right now in 9.0.5, that still works. So you can stand there and chill as much as you want. It's probably best to not have 2 range stood up there, because then there's more likelihood that one of you gets the bomb and you end up having to move anyway. The idea is you want the range to be able to move as little as possible so they can pump out as much damage as possible, because the boss is very tricky, with having to dodge all of the traps on the ground, deal with the bombs appropriately, get the stacks bouncing properly. It is a very tricky boss, and you want to try and keep everything as simple as possible for as many people as possible. You can see here as the warlocks jump down, he's got the bomb on him right now, as you can see there, but he'll quickly just warlock teleport back up to the top, and it keeps everyone safe. He doesn't have to take a trap to go up in the air. He jumped down specifically because he was losing HP and wanted to be healed at the... I believe the healer was stood just slightly out of range for him there. But yeah, again, the boss itself, fairly tricky, but this is why you want to try and have pride. And you can see that the group used Bloodlust on this as well. It is a far better place to use Bloodlust than the last boss. The last boss doesn't particularly need it by any means. So you want to make this boss as easy as possible. Once the boss goes down, to get back to the start, you want to click on the green portal. You used to be able to click on the green portal immediately once the boss died, and it would take you all the way back to the beginning, or the beginning of the Ardenweald area. No longer the case in 9.05, it just takes you to the top of the ledge, because fun was detected. But what you can do is, while the forced roleplay is going on and you're channeling the mojo or whatever one somebody has you doing, you can actually use your mount while you're in that animation, and you will get on your mount while in the animation, which just means it speeds things up a tiny bit. Once you land at the very beginning of the Ardenweald area, you're still mounted, and you'll just run straight through the door with it a little bit faster. It's the smallest of time saves and mostly pointless, but you might as well do it if you can. It does make sense. And now we're moving on to Mozala, and for the last boss, Faith, did you want to take us through how the portals work specifically?
Sure, will do. Okay, so first of all, you have 4 portals in this room when he goes into second phase. Can you quickly paint them?
Yep.
Sir. So you have a front left, back left, a front right, and a back right. What you have to do is that you have to split up your group to get one person in each portal, as to where you'll have to deal with the NAT and click a totem before a set amount of time, in a set amount of time, or you will have to suffer the consequences, that being that you will not buff Born Somebody, who will take a lot of damage into Mozala. So how you usually do this is that you'll have a tank and a healer together, and a DPS in each portal. These mobs actually have quite a lot of HP, especially in hierarchies, so the normal thing to do is to save cooldowns for them, as your damage into Mozala yourself isn't as important as getting this mechanic done proper. So what you'll have to do is that you split up your group and you have one on each side, right? And what you can do, however, is that if you're a class with a 1 minute cooldown, you can use it on pull, as the first portal will spawn 1 minute into the fight. If you take said portal, it will teleport you depending on what portal you take. So if you take the back right, for example, it will teleport you to the closest on the right. If you take the front right, it will teleport you to the furthest on the right. And just like on the other side, if you take the back left, it will teleport you to the closest on the left. And if you take the front left, you'll be teleported to the furthest on the left. And this is always the case. No matter where the boss will be, if you'll get more phases, then depending on where the last mob will be, you will know where to be able to teleport. If you just remember where each portal will teleport you, right?
What's important to note about that is that if you do fail the damage check, which you will see in this pull, in fact, we'll continue it just so we can obviously look through the rest of the fight itself. But if you do fail the damage check, the chances are you will end up on a different platform with Mozala. He will take you not necessarily to this platform that you start on, he'll take you to a different one. But where the portals spawn will always correlate to exactly what Faithy said in terms of how you look at the room. It will never be a case of just because the one at the back left here takes you immediately left, that doesn't mean that the back left one is going to take you to that same platform. The back left one will always take you to the closest one to the left. The front left will take you always to the furthest one on the left, and so on. So it's pretty easy to identify if you do fail the mechanic and you can see which totem is still active around the room. You can identify quickly which portal it is that your group needs to go into to be able to complete the fight. That will never change. That will never change. Femme checking to see if Spell Reflect does damage on the Soul Crusher. It does not. I could have told him that, but I must have been asleep.
You were not in the run.
I was not in the run. And you would have tested it and looked for yourself anyway, let's face it.
Yeah.
Nothing like some personal testing.
Correct.
So we'll quickly cover the abilities of Mozala. His own abilities are pretty straightforward. I'll wind it back just a touch so we can see all of them in full. He has Cosmic Artifice, which he's throwing out right now. It just puts 4 debuffs on the group. It will never be on the tank unless either a DPS or a healer is dead, at which point then it will target the tank. It is dispellable, but it doesn't do that much damage. Once it wears off or is dispelled, it puts a zone on the floor, which you can see at the bottom of the screen right here. I'll just highlight that real quick. These ones here. As you can tell, it's the same as anything else that's on the floor. Usually it's bad, so we don't stand in it. The other ability that Mozala has is Master of Death, which is what he's channeling right now. It's basically known as the combo mechanic. He will have 3 particular strikes that he can do. He will either use his left hand, his right hand, or the melee strike, which he's just done there. It's not the easiest thing in the world to see if you are in melee, but it can be identified 2 different ways. So you can base it on how he moves his hands. So for example here, he's moved what would be his right hand back, and he is glowing slightly red. You can just see that on his outline just around here. He's glowing slightly red, which means red for right. He's going to be throwing his frontal down the right side, or the left side for you. So it's easy enough to avoid. Same with the next one. He's lifted his left hand up, so it's going to be on your right. Which hand he moves correlates to what side it's going to be on. That's the easiest way to say it. So again, everyone moves to the side. You can see the big beam goes down the front. Or down the right side, sorry. And then you've got the big melee slam, which you can just run out of. It's not that difficult to avoid. The melee slam can also be reflected, by the way. And then we have the cast of Shatter Reality. If anyone is still on that platform at the point that Mozala finishes Shatter Reality, they die. Nothing will save them. They will be one-shot through immunities, they will be one-shot through anything. It does not matter. You cannot survive that. It is designed to insta-kill. Everyone now has to split off to go for the visages, or the ads that he spawns around all 4 corners of the room. This is why the portals are important. So again, it's usually pre-assigned who's going to what portal. You just have to kill your visage, and then click the totem, which you will see at the front of the platform itself. Unfortunately, we do see that Femme and his healer are unable to click the totem in time, so that's something that's important to note as well. Killing the visage is not enough. You must click the totem as well. Once all 4 totems are clicked, 25, I believe it's 20, was it 20% per totem? Is that right, Femme?
Yeah.
20% per totem of damage into Mozala. Obviously, the boss is defeated at just below 10% HP. So you do need to do 10% damage to the boss on your own as well. But you can take care of that in the final phase once you've obviously just gotten rid of all of the totems there. Once you get onto the next platform... Oh, something else to mention. For each totem that you click in one phase... somebody will also give you a pretty sizable stacking haste buff as well, just to help you nuke down Mozala a little bit more. But again, so unfortunately, Femme and his healer failed, which means you have to go through another phase like this. If you do manage to finish all 4 totems within one phase, then he will not send you back to the platforms again. He just won't do it. There's nothing for him to send you to. Effectively, all of the ads are dead and finished with. But yeah, we'll see that he will cast the Shatter Reality once again. The entire group will go, finish off the final ad, and the boss will be defeated. And that pretty much covers it for the other side. Again, my favorite dungeon in this game at the moment. And these two probably think that I'm stupid for it, but I don't care. Is there anything you two want to add onto the other side at all?
No, I would say the other side is a dungeon that is somewhat pretty straightforward. It has some difficult bosses and it has difficult mobs, but they don't have a lot of mechanics. They're just hard-hitting and have a lot of HP.
Sure.
It is a dungeon where having a full wipe could be potentially very scary, but if you just go through the dungeon slowly, pulling like reasonably, then you will time it.
Sure.
You do have quite a lot of time in the other side.
Yeah, it's not too bad, especially since the timer was buffed by an extra 2 minutes recently. That's actually turned the timer into quite tight to pretty decent, honestly. I think it's perfectly reasonable now at 43 minutes. It might seem like a long time, but I think that was mostly done for it was just done to help out. 41 minutes was very tight in some cases, especially if you had something go wrong. It was a bit rough. It was a bit rough, but no, certainly a very, very manageable dungeon now. Just need to have your wits about you in most cases. Right, so that covers the other side, which means we're moving on to our last dungeon for the evening, which is Plaguefall. And I think this might be one of the ones that I hate the most, in all honesty. I really dislike Plaguefall. I can't really say why. I just really don't like it. I think it's because of how I was made to do it all of last week, but not to worry. So, coming up into the first pull of Plaguefall, so we've got the mushroom area to begin with, which has a number of pretty interesting mobs. In all honesty, they don't have a whole lot going on, but the number of mobs and what the various different things that they've got that they can do, it's just a couple of things to look out for in particular. So first off, I'll wind it back just a little bit so you can see it going off to begin with. Here we go. So you can see immediately in front of you, you've got the Stormer mob, which has a cast called Fungi Storm. The very first one that it does nothing. It is just there to show you what it does. It's very nice that it doesn't do any damage, so you don't need to worry about it stunning that at all. The Fungi Storm, normally, it basically acts like a group-wide hitting Blade Storm. You want to interrupt it as quickly as possible, but again, standard interrupts don't work. Stunning it, fearing it, incapacitating it, blinding it, etc. They all work. It also doesn't matter when you do it. It's another mob that has a cast into a channel. You can stun it at any point, either on the cast or the channel, and it will not recast until the cooldown of the ability has come back off. The other mob to mention in here is the Fungal Mancer, which is the mob or the mushroom just at the back of the pack, just here. It only has one ability that you really need to look out for, called Wonder Glow. It's just a buff onto, I believe, itself and the other mushrooms that's there. Is that right?
Everything.
Everything. Okay, so including the flesh giant.
Yeah.
My goodness. Okay. But Wonder Glow, it's just a cast which is a buff to, as Femme mentioned, everything that's friendly to the mob. It's extra damage and it stacks and it casts often enough to stack, and it hits. It causes things to hit pretty hard. It can be spell stolen by a mage. And it's a good amount of extra damage for the mage as well, so if you can control it and if you can communicate that with a mage, and maybe if you have extra dispels, because you obviously will need to look at getting rid of it off of every mob in the pack, ideally. You know, you can obviously let it through if you want, just for a mage to spell steal and take forward like that. There's also the giant, which we won't face again until later on into the dungeon. There's not a whole lot in particular with the giant. There's the little green poop circles on the floor, these ones here, which come from the giant. They are just placed randomly. They do a fair bit of damage, but you have to stand in them for a while before they start doing damage. They are not too deadly. Just make sure you move out of them as quickly as possible. The giant also has a cast called Creepy Crawlies, or Creepy Crawlers. If that cast goes off, it summons some more small additional mobs. Realistically, just casters, so you don't have to deal with any more mobs there. As for the other mobs in this area, the other mushrooms, you have the Harvester and the Soldier in this pack. They're the only other two types of mobs in this first area. They really don't do an awful lot. Certainly nothing that you would really need to worry about too much. Bar the Doom Shroom, which you just saw there, but it's very obvious. You just don't stand in it. It's another one of those things. Just move out of it as quick as you can, and you'll be absolutely fine. So as we work our way through this area, you see another Doom Shroom there. Everyone moves out of it and prepares for the next pack. This next pack, Stormer, Soldier, Fungal Mancer, so we know already we need to deal with stunning on the Stormer and kicking the Fungal Mancer wherever possible. But this first area generally isn't too bad. The first pull as a melee is pretty tricky, or can be pretty tricky, given that you have to dodge all the pools on the floor and they spawn quite rapidly, but the pack normally dies pretty quick as everyone has cooldowns available for that particular moment if you're playing that pack at all. You will see a lot of runs which look to skip that first area. That is certainly an option, and you can do that with either a Shroud, Invis Pots, or you can do it by running as well, but it is very tricky and you have to be very quick. Now we're moving on to the slime area, and Femme, do you want to run us through the mobs in this area, the slimes plus the plague belchers?
Yeah, there's those two types of mobs. The slimes are basically just dummies. They have that, as you can see on my nameplate auras, they have that buff. If they have that buff, it's purgeable. As you can see, we buffed it with Arcane Torrent. If it's there when they die, they drop a pool of green stuff on the ground. So it basically forces you to move. So it's just convenient to belf it if you have a belf, or master spell if you have a priest, stuff like that, but it's not really important. And they just basically just melee the tank. And then you have these plague belchers, which are there to basically showcase the boss mechanic. They spawn they spawn sets of morsels, which if they reach him, increases his damage done and heals him. So you don't want them to reach him, because that will make you run slower. He also does a frontal, which is always aimed at the tank, but you can dodge it as a tank because it like picks its direction at the start of the cast.
Yeah.
So you can dodge it as a tank, and you should, because it does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, very, very easy mechanics on these mobs to take care of, and as Femme said, the Plague Belcher, it is basically there to let you know what the boss is going to be doing. I do like it when Trash does that, whether it be in Raid or in Dungeons. I think it's actually really, really cool, especially when playing through for the first time, but getting a glimpse of some upcoming mechanics on a boss, that's always neat when they do that. It's like a tutorial, more or less, which is pretty cool. That's always nice. And again, dealing with a pride before we go into the first boss, Globgrog. Not a very difficult boss, really. I mean,
I had a 5-minute Globgrog this morning. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
stuff can happen on this boss.
Stuff can happen on this boss. That's true. Yeah. Faithy, do you want to take us quickly through the abilities in Globgrog?
Yeah. Globgrog is pretty similar to the mobs that we just dealt with, as mentioned. First of all, he has a Plague Stomp, which is a knockback mechanic, which knockbacks your groups and gives you a dot, which gives you a slow and a little bit of damage. Secondly, he has a Slime Wave, which is similar to the mobs that we just dealt with, which is just a frontal Slime Wave, which deals a lot of damage in front of him. Do dodge that or you will die. And lastly, he have the slimes that he spawns. However, the boss do have one massive slime. And this slime is basically the boss healing full HP. very, very scary. Don't want it in on the boss. The smaller ads, you usually just deal with the first set. If you don't have like really big damage and you just kill them off in slows, etc., etc. However, if you have certain classes such as Boomkin, you could mass root them and you just don't deal with them at all. So the idea is that what you want to do with the big ad is that you want someone to put a CC on it so you never have to deal with it. It has a lot of HP and it's not worth killing. So you have roots, blinds, paralyze. I think the pally ability works as well, turn evil, right?
Yeah.
So those are primarily what you'll do to them, and you'll just want to keep them out. You don't want to kill them. So it's quite nice to have a class in that has some form of CC to keep that mob away for the entirety of the fight. The easiest way to making this boss easy is killing him before the second slimes come in. As you can see, we do just about here, because you'll have to have 2 major CCs out on the big slimes, and then like getting rid of the small slimes as well. So usually what you do is that the boss will use the slime cast, they'll spawn the slimes, the initial first slime will come out, you'll have to re-CC that, you CC the next one, and then you just kite the boss away from the small one. And by the time that you've kited the boss a little bit, it should be dead. If that's not the case, then you kill off the small ones and you kill off the boss after that.
Yeah, a pretty straightforward boss, all things considered. And yeah, it's not too hard to deal with as long as you have a pride going into it. Normally, that does speed things up quite a bit. We would normally that would be the first place you'd use Bloodlust more than likely. But the mage in this group decided to not press it for whatever reason. But again, no big deal. The boss can die pretty fast. There's no issue with that one. So we move on into the next area, which has a lot of new types of mobs. Starting off with the very first pull in front of us, 2 mobs in particular, Slime Claws and a Spinebreaker. The Spinebreaker is probably the more deadly mob in this pack now. Previously, I would have said it would have been the Slime Claws, as they did quite a bit more damage than they do right now. The Spinebreaker itself, 2 particular abilities. One is a frontal, very similar to the first boss and the Plague Belchers that were dealt with just before. You just don't want to stand in it. As well as a kind of a rupture on the floor, which you just want to move out of as soon as possible. But that pack pretty easily dealt with. The Slime Claws, they don't do a whole lot. They just do a tank cast claw ability, which leaves a disease, which is a damage over time effect, I believe. Or is it just a damage taken increase?
It reduces your stats by X amount.
Well, there you go. So it's effectively a damage taken increase. It's really nasty. If you have a disease dispel, of course, you want to be using that one as soon as it's up. If you don't have a disease dispel, no big deal. You just want to make sure that they die pretty quickly. They act like humanoids, where they will look to run at low HP. I believe 20% HP is where it triggers, and they'll look to run away. If they do start running, keep an eye on them just in case they decide to go and pull any other pack in the surrounding area. There was a Plague Rock here as well, but we will be pulling a Plague Rock later on in the dungeon, so we'll explain it then. And we'll move on to these slimes here. These slimes are pretty nasty, if not controlled properly. They have a cast, which is the Corrosive Gunk that you can see them all trying to cast right now. If that goes off, it applies a stacking debuff that you can see on the screen right now. Femme has a couple of stacks of it here. It's a pretty heavy dot that stacks up with every single successive cast that goes through. So if these are not being CC'd or controlled or interrupted in any way, it's just going to continually cast. Everyone's going to have multiple stacks, and someone, if not all of you, are probably going to die, which is obviously not what we want here.
I just want to point out that it's in a radius around them, like a 15-yard radius. You can't stand
so it can
far
be
away.
outranged.
Yes.
Brilliant. I wish I was ranged. I was ranged so bad. Why do I still play melee, dude? Why do I still play melee? I'm going to talk to Biff and I'm going to get on the Elemental Shaman. That's it.
Yeah.
And then we've got the next couple of mobs just after that. They're nothing particularly dangerous, but I do want to point out the second kind of slime, which is the purple slime, this one right here. It doesn't have any casts. It does have a cast called Withering Filth, I believe it was called.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is a targeted ability on the tank. When that goes off, it applies a debuff to the tank. It hits very hard, but it applies a debuff to the tank, which reduces their haste by a certain percentage. It's annoying more than anything. it does also splash. So if you was a melee, again, more anti-melee, if you're stood on the tank, you will also take the damage and that debuff. It's very, very upsetting. And I've had that happen too many times, and
Yeah.
I really don't like it.
Also, the visual on that is bugged. It will say
Yes.
that it's targeting someone else.
I wonder what
it is always targeting the threat target.
I wonder what that was based on, because you must imagine that at some point they either designed it so that they wanted it to cast randomly, and then decided,
Yeah.
oh, we'll put it on the tank, but then they didn't change the visual, or maybe at
Yeah.
one point it did. Maybe at one point it's or it's just straight up bugged. You know, it's just,
Yeah, I
it
don't
could
know.
just be straight up bugged. Something I didn't
Yeah.
mention about the spine breaker before, which you can see on the ground right now, is some slimes that, like every other mob in here, more slimes. They spawn when the spine breaker dies. There's 5 of them that spawn. They have a cast which would turn them into the green type of slimes if that cast completes. You don't want that to happen, so you've got 3 options to deal with them. You can kill them, normally. They don't have a lot of HP. Any kind of inconsequential AoE would take them down. You can stomp on them, which you saw even Femme do just here. You can see Femme move over to that low health one and stand on it. If you do choose that option, for each one you stand on, it does quite a bit of damage to you. Also, that damage is physical, which I didn't realize until about 2 weeks ago. That's not magic damage, which I found quite interesting. So if you are a mage looking to clean them up, be careful. Don't go standing on all 5. That will probably kill you. The other way you can deal with it is just by CCing them. If you apply any CC to them, it interrupts the cast. If they're not casting, you will drop combat, so you don't have to stand on them. So if you have an in-cap roll from a druid, or if you have a dragon's breath or something like that, CC them, stop the cast, and then you can just continue as normal without having to deal with them at all. It's pretty good. Now in this area, I want to take this first bit because I want to point something out, and Fem's already laughing because he knows what I'm going to point out. Right. So this area, we haven't talked about plague borers yet, which are these mobs right here. They are in the previous area as well, but we didn't pull any. We did pull some, but they were in the very first pack, the second pack. But I'll talk about them here. Plague borers have a bomb on their back, and on these ones, the bomb is already active. In the first area, you have to bring them down below 30% HP, and then they ignite the bomb. It's one of those usual things. It's with the bomb on its head. It's a bit like the Mana Storms and the bomb on that fight. When the timer finishes, it'll explode, lots of damage, and yeah, it's pretty rough. But when the explosion goes off, it applies a dot to any mob that's inside the explosion radius, and that dot hits very hard. It's a disease, I believe, but it does chunk very hard. You'll have seen, if you've watched any high keys, in particular last week, you'll have seen that any high-pushing team that did Plaguefall would abuse the hell out of these Plague Borers that spawn in this gauntlet to kill the vast majority of trash in the previous area and in the next area. That's how strong they are. They are very strong indeed. So what you look to do in this area is you want to pull Slime Tentacles, which you've got on the screen at the moment. You have the one right in front of Femme. And you just want to basically keep them busy until the bombs explode and killing the tentacle off for you where possible. What I did, which I really am going to love pointing out, you can do this with any class that has a CC. When I was pushing, we had our Hunter doing it. If you send a class over to CC the second Plague Borer, because they always spawn in pairs in this area, if you CC it next to the slime that will spawn here in just a moment, like I said, the bomb's already active, which means that you don't have to hit the Plague Borer at all. So what I did over here was I procced the slime tentacle itself, had the Plague Borer CC'd right next to it, so the bomb was about to go off, and I started evasion tanking the slime tentacle so that it couldn't kill me, and I just kept it busy for as long as possible until it exploded and helped kill the tentacle. You'll see Femme jump over to my rescue in just a moment as my evasion wears off, and you can see that it's already taking a ton of damage before the rest of the group arrives. It's a very, very small optimization and is by no means necessary. It just looks fucking cool. That's basically it, and it makes you feel like a champ when you do it. So, again, a lot of classes can do that. As long as you've got the tools to be able to survive the slime tentacle, it doesn't melee particularly hard, but you do need to have some kind of CC available for if it tries to grab you. They have a grasp ability, which squeezes you and does a fair bit of damage. But I just wanted to point that out because that was pretty cool. The mini boss at the end of that gauntlet really doesn't do anything, and he is what causes the gauntlet to stop. So once he dies, the gauntlet itself stops. There's a cast that you can interrupt. There's an AoE cast that he does that you just move out of. But again, the Plague Borers, they get pulled in on top of the mini boss. They explode. Boss falls down very, very quickly. And then we move into the next area, which is Dr. Iccus's room. And Femme, I don't believe there's too much else to talk about on the trash here. Is that right? Pretty sure it's all stuff that we've seen already. Plague Binder. I haven't talked about the Plague Binders at all. Do you want to take us quickly through those ones?
Well, they're like super simple mobs. They cast Pestilence Bolt. You want to kick it, but the most important part is Gripping Infection, which basically roots someone for, I think, 6 seconds.
Yeah, something
it is
like that.
dispellable though. But the Plague Binder, that root in combination with the Spinebreaker is what usually causes people to die.
Yeah.
Because of the Spinebreaker's like thing on the ground.
Yeah.
Paired with the root, then you will usually die.
Yeah, and something to mention on this pack as well. You do have one more type of slime in here, which is the red slime that's right in front of Femme at the moment. It just chain casts. It chain casts viral globs, as you can see right now, which is just group wide damage. But interestingly enough, when it dies, it puts a big red zone on the floor. That red zone is not completely bad. While you're in it, it does do ticking damage. But it also gives you a pretty hefty haste buff. So if your healer is good, and if you have something close by that you can kill, then you can afford to put your group in it and just, try and kill whatever's in front of you just that little bit quicker. Certainly not worth dying for, so if you are going to do that, try and look at your HP quite closely, just in case. But it's something a little extra just to speed up the run just that little bit. Again, a lot of the trash that we've already seen, more Spinebreakers, more Plague Binders, all this trash will be enough to proc the third Pride, which we'll then deal with, and then we will go into Dr. Iccus, which, do you want to go into that one for us, Faithy?
I think before we do that, there's something that we haven't clarified yet,
Sure.
which is the Covenant ability for the dungeon, which is the Necrolord.
Quite right.
By killing slimes throughout Plaguefall, specific ones, the green ones, the purple ones, and the red ones, you will get a beneficial buff by standing near them if you are a Necrolord. It used to be that you have to cast Fleshcraft. However, that was changed with 9.0.5, and you just have to stand near them to gain their soul. So what that will do is that you'll get a 2-minute buff depending on what slime you've killed. The purple one being a damage reduction onto you, the red one being a haste buff that everyone around you will get, and the green one being a very, very minor dot damage that you will deal. So basically, the priority or the most important one, the strongest one, is the red one and the purple one. But as mentioned, nowadays you don't have to fleshcraft, and you'll get them automatically when you kill them.
Something that's
so yeah, that was pretty important to point out. As the haste buff specifically and damage reduction from the purple one is pretty neat to have.
Something that's worth mentioning, I don't know if it was changed in 9.0.5, maybe you can help clarify it, Femme, but the radius on these buffs when you were flesh crafting them was really small. I don't know if that got buffed at all, but it's not like it's a 40-yard radius on the buff. You do have to be very close to the player who actually did receive the main buffs themselves. I don't know if that got changed.
Yards.
It's 15 yards, so it is still pretty small. Yeah. So even as ranged, you don't want to be standing like miles away and wondering why you haven't got your haste buff. You do need to be pretty close in, which on the next boss can be a bit of an issue if you're not careful, but Faithy can explain more on that one.
Yeah, so Iccus is a boss with like a few mechanics and a few ways to deal with them. He has a mechanic primarily in first phase where he's pretty simple. It's basically just a tank and spank. You're just hitting the boss. Usually you'll push it before he starts using other mechanics. However, if you do tend to use a little bit of time in the first phase before he does his first initial jump, he will do an ability where he jumps up in the air and he will spawn a swirly near someone and he will land on that swirly. And from the direction that he looks, he will, in a cross, make swirlies. And those swirlies land very quickly and they do a lot of damage. So you prefer not standing in them. And of course, when he lands as well, the swirly that he initially drops as well, you don't want to stand in that either. It knocks you away and do a lot of damage. For phase 1, if we take them into phases, that is primarily it. He doesn't really do a lot. If the tank gets far away from Ickis, he does start casting an ability, which is interruptible, which is pretty important to interrupt if he actually starts casting it, but that isn't usually the case, and as the tank is pretty much always on him. So as you can see, the boss gets pushed super quick, and you go on to next platforms, which we will just call phase 2. And this is where he starts getting all of his mechanics, right? He gets a bomb, and he gets a purple slime. So we've seen the purple slimes before, but bombs are pretty new. These are not a mob that we have seen before. This is only a boss that's specific to this fight. And what it does is that it will do a cast time, and if that cast time goes through, pretty much a group wipe. You can survive with immunities and big defensives in theory, but it is safer and better just to kill off the bomb, and then you will deal with the second slime. So the second slime being the purple slime, we didn't actually mention that the mobs around the purple slime takes reduced damage. The buff that the purple slime has, just like the other slimes have other buffs, is that everything around it will take a damage reduction. So what you'll do is that you'll kill off the bomb, and then you kill off the purple slime. However, it is also important to notice that if you have the purple slime on top of the bomb, it will take less damage. And if you have the purple bomb on top of the purple slime on top of the boss, obviously that will take less damage as well, and that's when you kill it, right? It is also a mechanic or a way to deal with it, is if you have classes with roots and or CC, is that you just CC the purple slime and you just leave it out of the group forever. You don't need to kill it necessarily. It's just the easier way of dealing with it. However, let's say you have blind or rude. If you're very, very quick, you CC it and you pull the boss away from it. You kill off the bomb slime, and then you'll just kill off the boss while the slimes are CC'd. You don't necessarily need to deal with any of them. But it is easier, at least dealing with the first one, and then possibly CCing the last one. But as you can see here, that's not really what we do. We just kill it. It's not a big time loss, and yeah, we didn't really bother doing it. But it is nice to know that it is 8th. That is possible.
Yeah, it's certainly not. It's certainly not going to cost you enough time for it to be worth worrying about. CCing it can go wrong. The CC, especially if you do the first one, it will probably break while you're on the second bomb. And it just means that the slime will end up joining you later on. If that does happen, something to mention about the damage reduction. I don't believe that it. I don't believe that the damage reduction applies to other slimes of the same color. So if you do have two purple slimes together,
apply to slimes.
it doesn't apply to slimes at all. Okay, so that basically it does mean that if you do end up having two together, don't worry. It's only the bomb that would take less damage, or the boss at that moment. There's no huge issue. You can just kill off both those slimes before then killing the boss. That's not a problem at all. So now we're moving into the next area, which has even more new types of mobs. This dungeon is very nicely split into very distinct areas with new types of mobs all the time. So you pretty much see every single type of mob here, bar one. You have the other flesh giant, which I said that we would find later on. Again, we already know what this one does. You've got the zones on the floor, as well as the creepy crawlers cast. But the new mobs that we've got are the Defender of Many Eyes at the top here, and the Sniper, which is just off to the left, as well as the Venom Fang, which is the Sniper's pet. We'll start with the Sniper. It just has random shots. Threat on it doesn't matter too much at all. It will occasionally disengage to get away from whoever has threat on it. It will just disengage in a random direction. The Venom Fang pet, it is spawned by a cast, which can be kicked and should be kicked. The Venom Fang does hit pretty hard, I believe, right, Femme?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so it's obviously the best option is to get that one kicked whenever possible. It is pretty rough. The Defender of Many Eyes, you can see the one at the top casting Bulwark of Maldraxxus. That ability, it's just a damage reduction for the mob in question, as well as any other mob that's inside that shield. Does that also apply to you as the player, Femme?
Yes.
Does that?
So in an absolute crisis situation, I suppose you could stack under a shield, but there's no need to do it. There's never a need to do it.
That.
You just want to get those killed off as soon as possible. Again, can't be kicked normally, but again, stuns, disorients. Fears also work, which is weird for an undead mob, but they're special undead mobs, so fears also work on these as well. Just get it interrupted as soon as possible and continue as normal. But yeah, that's the majority of mobs that you'll see in the next area. This pack in particular can be pretty tricky. Again, there's 2 defenders and many eyes, so there's 2 shields that you need to look at stunning. There's a sniper in here as well for random damage, as well as the giant with all the pools on the ground. Something that is worth noting on this pull is if that pull took longer than it did and the whole platform was filled with lots of pools, it's actually better off or more worth to stand in the slime on the side than it is to stand in the pools on the platform. So if you are fast running out of room, especially as a range player, just dip into the pool and try and kill off the mobs, or at least wait until some of the stuff on the platform clears up a little bit. But that's usually pretty easily dealt with. It's just in case the pack takes a bit too long, which it can do if the defenders are not getting stunned. And we are coming up to the final type of mob now, which you'll see, I believe we played it on its own here, because it is a really rough type of mob. The Ambusher. It hits the tank incredibly hard, like most things do in Shadowlands. But this one really does mess the tank up something fierce. It has an ambush ability, which causes it to leap behind the tank and do splash shadow damage, I believe.
Yes.
Don't be stood behind the tank. I can't imagine why you would be, especially as a melee, and range can always be away from it. Just don't stand behind your tank as much as possible. You also have another couple of casts that you want to look to deal with. One of them is Stealthlings, which I will point out to you in just a moment. It looks to spawn a group of spiders away from the mob in a random direction. We will see them in just a second. So there's the ambush going off right there. So the Stealthlings are coming out now, and we stop it here. You can see where the Stealthlings themselves are going to spawn based on the purple swirly, and it will spawn 8 of them in a pretty close proximity to each other, 6 or 8, one or the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. I was right first time. I deserve a tick for that. I'm going to do that now. There we go. So yeah, 8 little Stealthlings, which then begin their own ambush cast. Now, if that ambush cast goes off on all of them, they're going to target one person. That person will die on almost any key level if they all go off on the same person. They hit incredibly hard. As mobs, they don't hit incredibly hard on their own when they melee. They really don't mess the tank up too much. But you want to make sure that you can actually CC them before they get that cast off. They can be CC'd in any number of ways. Again, same as I mentioned so far, AoE stuns and what have you. I believe it was a Dragon's Breath that was used on these ones, so we can have an example of it.
Dragon's Breath.
Yeah, you see that Femme brings them out with a Thunderclap, and then he's just waiting there. He gets the fear off and a Dragon Breath to catch the ones that Femme didn't get. That just interrupts the cast, and then they start attacking the tank instead. The final ability of the Ambusher itself is an enveloping web or enveloping web wrap, which I can't remember which one it is. But it doesn't do much, and really doesn't need to be kicked. In fact, it's better off not kicking it in the majority of cases, because it stops the mob from casting any other more deadly ability, like more Stealthlings or more Ambushers, which could eventually and inevitably just kill your tank. But that covers all the mobs that you're going to see in this area, more or less. And then you've got the final 2 packs off to the sides, which have more of the same mobs. I don't know if you two want to throw in anything on these ones?
Quickly about the ambushers, it is important to note that the Stealthlings needs to get put out before you can CC them. So you can't immediately press Shockwave, you can't immediately press Dragon's Breath, but because they won't get CC'd. So what you need to do is that you have to use an AoE ability on top of them, and then you CC them. So just make sure that you don't use the initial CC to get them out of their stuff.
Yeah, it was something that we noticed in our multiple Plaguefall runs last week, right? It never used to happen that way. It was always a case of once they were put down, you could CC them immediately and it would work. But we found that we don't know if it was just for Shockwave in particular or not, and I still don't know if it's become any clearer to you two. But we found that Femme trying to use Shockwave on the Stealthlings before they'd been broken out of their stealth actually just wasn't causing the stun to go off, which was pretty odd. It means that they've probably changed something in 905, they've changed a lot of things so far for the dungeons, but I mean, if we can get a bit of clarity on that within the next week, then obviously we'll bring it to you in next week's show. That's not a problem. But certainly look to try and bring the Stealthlings out of stealth first to make sure you can see the CC go on them, otherwise someone's gonna die. I see someone in chat saying that Fear Sigil still works before bringing them out. If that's the case, then it leads me to believe that it might be a Shockwave specific thing, perhaps.
Yeah.
because I believe
Alright.
everything else should work if that is the case. But yeah, it's really annoying. Honestly, it's really annoying. But not to worry. There's obviously a way to sort that out. Again, as mentioned before, it's just more of the same with the packs here. We've got a sniper and a defender and a ambusher in here. This one in particular can be really annoying when it spawns its little stealthlings. That little ridge is kind of annoying to traverse. Jumping over it is not the easiest thing in the world if you approach it from the wrong angle. Trying to jump over the little slightly raised bit just here, that can be pretty problematic. But other than that, the pack itself just dies pretty fast. And same with the pack on the other side. And then we move into Dominant Venom Blade, who can get very overwhelming very quickly. Do you want to take us through that one, Femme?
Just something quick to note on this pack specifically.
Yeah.
If you could rewind slightly.
You can do it, but I will do it.
Yeah, you do. You see the Plague Belcher fighting something? To the
Yeah,
left?
I
think
can wind
it's,
that back a bit more, actually.
Yeah. That if you press trees on where the sniper is originally standing, your trees can sometimes walk off to those two mobs. So generally, try to move these mobs away from those if you're ever gonna use trees, like typhoon them away or something.
Sure.
Very, yeah, we've lost a couple of keys to that.
Wow, okay.
I don't know why.
That's pretty wild. Why does that happen? Oh well, okay.
I don't know.
Really good. Okay. And again, on the other side,
Yeah.
it is just more of the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the next boss.
Yeah.
You want to take us through that?
Domina Venomblade. Very scary boss. She has very simple mechanics though. She does a tank slash, puts a poison on the tank. Should be dispelled, does a lot of damage. She also calls forth brood assassins, which are hidden by like shrouds-ish. Well, it's webbings, I suppose, because they're spiders.
Yep.
Yeah. And in order to get them out, you need to AoE on top of their webs. There's 4 different ones. They spawn randomly throughout the room. You used to be able to mirror image to get them all out, but that's fixed now. So now you actually have to get to each webbing and break them with like any AoE. You can obviously use it at range, like Blizzard, for example, if you're a frost mage, or you can flare, you can trap. But you'll see me leaping over to them and thunderclapping and stuff. And I'm sure other people will do that too. And then she does the most dangerous ability, which is Shadow Ambush. It's a circle on people or one person. That person is gonna get ambushed, which stuns them, and it does big damage. So, walk out of the group when you get it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty much it.
And something that you may have noticed on that one that we just saw just now is that, of course, as with any type of damaging ability, this one can be immuned. But if you are going to immune it either with an ice block or a bubble, you'll notice here the duration of the debuff itself is actually quite long. It's about 6 seconds or so before it detonates. But if you keep looking at the debuff timer on the paladin who has the ability here, you'll notice that at the moment that he casts bubble, it detonates prematurely because it's getting rid of the debuff on the player, which is what causes the ability to activate. So if you are going to immune it as either a mage or a paladin, it doesn't work with cloak because it cannot be removed by Cloak of Shadows. So ice block or bubble, if you are going to use it, move out of the group before you use it. It's just going to kill someone otherwise, more than likely. It's very, very much not worth detonating too early. Something else that's interesting about that ability is that the damage is tied to the stun itself. And what I mean by that is if you have a way to make yourself stun immune, so whether that be flesh crafting under which soulbind is it, Femme?
The first one.
First one.
I don't know the name of
Whichever one that
It's
is.
not.
It's not Emily.
It's not Haimir or Emily.
Yeah,
The
Plaguesmith.
other one.
Plaguesmith. That one. Yeah,
It's
someone will.
called
Plague
Plaguebringer,
Device
right?
or something.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Plague Device.
But if you have that particular soulbind ability where while you're channeling fleshcraft you become stun immune, and you have that ability, not being stunned means you won't take damage, which means that abilities like that and abilities like Bladestorm, which does make you CC immune, means they act as a full damage immunity on that ability. It is really strong, because that does hit incredibly hard. Again, you can see the assassins being pulled out of their web stealth here. The faster you pull them out, the less debuffs you have on the group. You can see the debuff. It's a non-dispellable debuff. It was just on the Mage's debuff frame just before. You probably saw it there, but I'll wind it back just to make absolutely sure. So there you go. You can see it on the Mage and the Paladin just there. I believe the debuffs themselves disappear as the assassin that applied the debuff to you dies. By the looks of it there. So obviously killing the assassins off as soon as possible is very important. That debuff also stacks, which is why it's important to bring those out as soon as possible. The debuffs will stop stacking once they are all out of stealth. Quickly, we've got the Plague Rock. This is the mob that I was going to talk about at the second area of the dungeon, but we skipped over it just for the sake of smoothness. The Plague Rock just hits the tank pretty hard. With a Blight Beak, which reduces the HP that you have by 5% a stack. I can never remember. It reduces the HP. It reduces your HP. That's the main thing. The ability you just saw that knocked Femme back is the wing buffet, or buffet as it should be called, but I prefer calling it a wing buffet because that just sounds nice. It's a lot of damage in a frontal and it knocks you back. The knockback is pretty aggressive as well. It will knock you back pretty far. But yeah, that's all it is for the Plague Rock there. And Femme, how much percentage do you need before going down to the final area if you're not pulling slimes? 85?
It's 84 point something.
84 point something. 85 if you want to be safe, so you can keep that number in mind, and that's not a problem. These first two mobs are basically indicative of the mobs that are going to be in the next area. These are the last two different ones that you'll see, barring the mini-boss. All you need to know, they don't have anything special. They both hit hard. The smaller ones, it's weird. The smaller ones move slowly, the bigger ones move quickly. Weight means nothing to them. They just hit the tank incredibly hard. Most of the time, the tank will just run and not actually tank them for a prolonged period of time. What is important to note is that although in this room you can see initially that you've got basically what all it is just a bunch of small skeletons all around the room, around here, and the one big one here. The mini-boss himself, Bileflesh, just here, has a cast which will turn one of the small skeletons into a bigger monstrosity. If you kill him quickly, he will get less of them off, so you won't have to deal with quite so many large devoted mobs. Bileflesh himself, he doesn't have much else outside of that. Oozing Caress that he just casted just now is what turns the small skeletons into a big one. He also has a Plague Bolt, which is just a tank cast, provided the tank is in range. And he has a Ghost Step, which is what he did just now. Ghost Step teleports him to another Plague-bound Devoted. It will always go... Faithy died. It'll always go to the... It will always go to the furthest Plague-bound Devoted in... Well, whichever one you're in combat with. Oh, even if you're not in combat with it, he will teleport to any of them. So, for example, if I wind it back a little bit, and this is something that tripped up a lot of people, especially when the tank was a bit too aggressive with moving forward. That includes these two Plague-bound Devoted that you fight at the very beginning of the corridor. And something that I saw a lot of tanks do, especially early on, was pull those two mobs, realize, I don't really need to do much to these, it's only two of them, I'll start the next pull to be efficient. Ichor Bileflesh would then teleport, but he wouldn't go to either of the other two packs in the room. He would go all the way back to the beginning of the entrance to this area, which is really, really frustrating, considering it takes him ages to actually come back again. But all the same, you just kill these off really quickly. You don't open AoE too fast, or this happens.
Smile.
There he goes.
Yeah. So the thing about these mobs is that they don't initially start hitting. They need to stand up. Therefore, you're unable to see threat, etc. Right. So if you blast Eager Heart into a mob before they stand up, as I did, then most likely you will take aggro. So what you like to do is that you wait a little bit, let the tank do damage, and then you start blasting.
Yeah.
If you are ranged class, you can bypass it by just being ranged, and that's very difficult. So, in general, just give the tank a little bit if you're a melee player. Don't burst instantly, unless you're a rogue with tricks, etc., etc.
More ranged favoritism, that's all that is, and I'm sick of it. Something to mention that those small plague-bound devoted mobs, they don't have a huge amount of HP, but they are affected by affixes. So one of the worst things that you can do on a week like bursting or a week like bolstering is to pull those packs ahead of your tank. Realistically, you want to clean up the first pack first, wait for the mini-boss to teleport into another pack, and let him dictate which pack you kill and when. Doing it by just going happy AoE blasting on all 3 packs at once is probably going to cause issues with either of those affixes. But on weeks where it's not either of those, then it's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Obviously, we have the final pride here while Faithy is hugging the floor. And then we've got the final boss of today, Margrave Stradama. And Faithy, do you want the honor of this last one?
Sure. Margrave Stradama is pretty infamous for being a very tight healer boss. The infectious rain that she will do throughout the fight does an immense amount of damage to the entire group. And it's very, very known as a healer player that you are gonna suffer. Like, it is very, very hard for a healer. It deals immense amount of damage, especially as you go higher and higher into key. And you are gonna see wipes to it, very, very likely. So yeah, if you're fast, you can push Stradama while she doesn't do infectious rain on the 2 first, in theory. So that's what we saw here, right? We did Lost and we did Prideful. Normally you want to split it up, so you have Lost for one phase and then Prideful for another. So this wasn't like super ideal. But whilst this is going on, she will spawn a mob. Let's try to find it real quick. Which does a slam. And this slam is a slope, like a circle, that needs to be soaked by the tank. It's very, very important that it's only the tanks that soak it, as it deals a lot of damage, and standing more in it doesn't really do anything. But at the same time, it's always going to be tentacles. Tentacles are going to spawn at always the same pattern, which will be so the spare place, like where you can be safe, is just around the ad. However, you do not want to be in the circle, but you can hop the circle and you won't be hit by the side. Like you can see Dan and me being on the outsides of the circle, and we're safe there, right? And it's always going to be the same with the ad assault. Next, you go into the down phase, where she goes down, and you're basically dodging tentacles. In the meantime, we have 3 of the devoted mobs spawning. They're just like the mobs that we saw before, but the mini-boss, they slap insanely hard on tanks and DPS players if they get aggro. So what you'd like to do is you go with your tank, if you're not a ranged player, smile, and you kill one off at a time while dodging the pattern of the tentacles. Tentacles have different patterns. The one that we have here makes it so one tentacle comes up at a time. So what you'll do is that you'll go around and you'll get on the opposite side, the direction that goes. And then after the first 1 to 2 tentacles have slammed the ground, you'll go where they've just landed. And that will be the safe spot for that pattern. There will be 2 sets of patterns of tentacles before they spawn. So here again, you can see it's 1 by 1 where it goes in a circle. You'll let them swap, and then you'll just go to where it just landed. And you can see the mage blinking into it too early, and it's basically being one-shot by, like, getting hit by these, right? If you don't have an immunity. So just dodge. It's very, very scary, basically. You don't want to get hit by that. And then Stradama comes up. She has 3 phases of this. She goes up and down. I think it's at 70 and 30, right? Or is it 66 and
66, 33. Femme, we both get check marks for that one.
Exactly. Yeah. And then we have the spawn again. And it's basically a rinse and repeat. Tank soaks the slime. Melee goes to the outskirts of the circle. And here you can see Infectious Rain is being cast. And Infectious Rain is a channel ability that she does, which is stacking dot on all of us, like the entire group. And it deals a lot of damage. So it's basically just a healer job to keep everyone alive. Use some defensive tactically. You can de-spell it. And you can immune it as well with like AMS, bubble, etc., etc. So if you do have immunities, then it's definitely worth it. And then you can see again another ad spawns. That is due to us not being faster, and that is why you usually offset Lost and Pride on this boss, so you can get Stradama down and not get 2 sets of the monstrosity like the ads. If Stradama goes down while the ad is still alive, it becomes a target that moves, and you'll have to kill it as it hits the tanks pretty hard. So just kill that off. While the devotees are always also spawning. So you can see here, we're pretty busy with killing off the remaining app before we can actually deal with the voted. So it's just, you can see the tentacles here. This is the 3 pattern slam, where 3 tentacles spawns, and then after those, the entirety of the rest of the platform will spawn. So you just go close to the 3 tentacles, and then when they land, you'll just go into that, and that's how you do that save pattern. And you kill off as many devoted as possible. The difference between phase 1, 2, and 3 with Stradama is that she pretty much instantly casts Infectious Rain when she comes up the 3rd time. And that's why you want to offset cooldowns, because she gets more Infected Rains off in the last phase and becomes quite scary. So everyone who uses cooldowns on the first set will have cooldowns down for the 3rd set. Additionally, she will also spawn Devoted through phase 3, which is also very scary for the tank. So you just want to get them away if possible, CC them, or just slow them and keep them away from your tank. And with that, the boss pretty much falls over and dies. There is no big ads though in phase 3. They don't spawn in phase 3. So that does make it a little bit easier for the tank considering the devoted spawns. So just kite the devoted, dodge the tentacles, and then kill off the boss.
Yeah, and then that is basically Plaguefall taken care of. Femme, anything to add to Plaguefall?
No, sounds great.
As you're staring down chat, and that's really freaking me out.
Hello, chat.
What a beautiful man. What a beautiful man. All right. So, yeah, that about wraps it up for our first episode of No Depletes, Master Your Keystone. I do thank all of you for joining us today. It was a lot of fun. If any of us seem nervous, it's because this is the first time that we've done anything like this. So, I would say we apologize, but I think we can be let off with that one. So don't apologize, Femme or Faithy. Don't worry about it. Actually, Faithy can apologize because he died in that Plaguefall twice and it stopped our run being deathless. That's what you can apologize for. But no, it was a lot of fun today. Femme, how did you find it?
Great fun.
Really creepy me out. Faithy, what about you? How did you find it?
I mean, I always like doing this kind of stuff. I like talking about dungeons in general and giving out the knowledge for people to know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shamelessly plug all of us. If you ever have any questions about any dungeons, you want to know anything, then you can always hit us up. We have social media, we have streams. So if you ever have any questions regards to that, you just want to come chill and watch our content, then feel free to. You can find us on either of these links. So yeah, feel free to follow, feel free to watch if you ever feel like it. You can ask any questions. We don't bite, only Dan. He has a Brit, so he can't really do about it. But yeah, so if you ever have any questions, then feel free. We are back next week with the remaining 4 dungeons, so don't worry about it. We will get every single one of these dungeons out of the way, so you hopefully can get some help to getting your Keystones marked, which is the goal of it, helping you guys being able to deal with these dungeons a lot smoother and knowing what certain mobs and bosses do, be able to get your achievement and upgrade your gear with Battle Pass.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's been an absolutely great time. Again, thank you everyone for joining us on this fantastic Tuesday evening or morning or afternoon, wherever you reside in the world. We will be back once again next week at the exact same time and the exact same day, next Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central European Time. That's 6 p.m. GMT. And yeah, do join us for the remaining 4 dungeons. Coming up, we'll have Halls of Atonement, Spires of Ascension. Help me out. What am I missing?
Necrotic
Wake, which is going to be real fun to talk about, and Theatre of Pain, which is also going to be a lot of fun to talk about. We actually have some of the better dungeons coming up next week. I think there's going to be maybe a lot more specific stuff to talk about in next week's one. But once again, thank you very much, everyone. I do appreciate you all for being here. Have yourselves a wonderful night, and we will see you all next week. Have a good night. Say good night.
Good night, I'm waving.